Hello. Welcome in. JJ, Wolfie, hello. How's the day? Alright, what's this shrine called? The right roll. Okay. We have 4 shrines left. This one, and then 3 more. I genuinely don't know if this is gonna... Okay, obviously that one was fine. Easy peasy. Alright. Now... I have to roll... There's perfectly centered? There's no way. Nope. Okay. Insane. I started the day in Charlotte. Now you're currently in Fayetteville. Waiting to board back to Charlotte. Wait, so, so you're just going in a giant circle? I'm probably saying all of those places wrong. What? A little more to it than that, but basically, yeah. But I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's a circle. This is gonna probably drive me crazy. Wait. Can you stick these to each other? You can. And then you can do this. As went, like, Y and whatnot. Yeah. No, of course, there's more to it. But, like, yeah, you're just in a giant circle, essentially. Wait, my ball sack really just fell and didn't go? That's stupid. Discrimination. That's what that is. Oh, they're not even. That's why. They're not even. There we go. Oh yeah, because didn't you say the other day when you were in chat, you were like, oh, I won't see you because I'm going to Charlotte. Don't fall off this time. Yeah. So that's 3 different sizes. Okay. This is fine. Okay. 3 different sizes. And where are we going? Holy shit. So... if I put it small, medium, large, and I put the small end here, theoretically, shouldn't it go like rear, like, I don't know if that's right. Maybe it's not supposed to be small, medium, large. Maybe it needs to be, like, maybe this one should be a buffer in the middle of them? I don't know. Let's try this one first and see what happens. I don't know. I just really don't know. Hey! What's going on? Okay, I don't know what the heck just happened with the dogs there for a second. Ah. Started in Fayetteville, spent the night at the in-laws, former in-laws. Picked up my rental car Wednesday morning and drove to Charlotte. Then I noticed one tiny but important detail that ended up eating my entire Thursday. Oh no. What was it? Was it bad? Well, that's not gonna work because it's not even, so that's annoying. Oh my god, is this gonna work? No, it just goes straight down. Okay. Okay, so I think the first one was right. It's just not straight. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Hit it, hit it! Oh, that one was so close. Alright, I still think that's the right way. I still think that's the right way. Keep going? Oh, okay, why is it going too far, though? So it's turning and then... I need it to go straight off of here, but it's like going like here. Hmm. Okay. I'll be thinking for the lurk. I'm very confused. Alright, does it not go that way? Does it go... No, it doesn't go that way. See? It's just gonna go right off. Okay. Alright, let me try this one in the middle again. See, this one does not turn as much as I would have liked. Oh, okay, so I think this is it. I just didn't line it up right, maybe? So it just doesn't turn quite as strongly. Alright. Go, 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 go. Oh my gosh, it's getting really close. I just don't know. Like, I don't know what the trick is here. Don't know what the gimmick is. Am I, like, placing it too far? Am I not placing it far enough? Do I have to place it at an angle? Like, what's the play here? That one went too far. Okay, so I definitely think it needs to be closer to the top of the ramp. Really? going too far. So it's turning too far. I literally still don't know. Like, is it just one? Like, am I overthinking it? Like, oh my god, why does this not go? No, it's definitely more than one. Okay. Is it just the two? My while. It's been a while. Nope, that's gonna cut too close. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, that one's almost there. Hmm. Hey! What are you doing? Why are you being a little brat today? Alright, let's try 3 again. Just 69 completion before you hang up the game. That would be pretty classic, wouldn't it? Hi Raven, welcome in. How are you? I do hope we get 69. I hope we get higher than 69, but at least, oh my god, at least finish off 69. Alright, so we definitely get less curve when we put this one in the middle. So what if I do it this way? Oh, it's gonna do it that way. Whatever. Okay. Do I go further to the side? Is that the key? No, that falls off. I can't figure out this last part of this puzzle, and I'm annoyed. Okay, so this wasn't so bad. It was kind of close. I think this one was the closest we've gotten. I think. Yeah, see, that one's right there. Alright, so... what am I missing? Am I going too far to the side, or am I not going far enough forward? Alright, let's just try all the way to this side and just see. That's too sharp. Oh, wait. That... okay, so let's try that in the middle. Okay, so that in the middle. Too much turn. No, it's right there. Oh, it's right. Oh, it's right there. Alright, there's no way that the little ball gives that much turn. Go, 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 go. Right there. Come on, you're right there. Yes. Huh. Why? Why did this puzzle take so long? And I don't even know how you're supposed to get up this one. Oh wait, yes I do. I'm being a goofy goober. Okay, so you do this. Actually, let's go like here. And just wait a couple seconds. Okay. And then we're gonna rewind. And then we're gonna do this. And we're gonna do this. Easy. And then grab that. Hopefully it's something good. 10 arrows? Alright, whatever. I'll take it. I'll take it. Whee. Don't get cocky. I almost got cocky there for a second. I was like, no, it's fine. I can swing. Almost got cocky again. And then I missed it. Alright, so we should finish with 20 orbs, which means we can get 5 more hearts. If I did my math right. Yeah, because there's 3 more after this. Yeah. Alright, we have 3 more, guys. 3 more. Alright, what does that put us at? We should show our percentage on the screen. That'd be great. 149. And they have 256 Koroks, guys. That's so bad. 67:45. So much Zelda, so little time. Hi, Ark. Ark, thank you so much.
ArksTar09 just resubscribed for 13 months. So much Zelda, so little time.
So little time. Ark, thank you so much for 13 whole months. That's crazy. And when you're feeling creative, please let me know what you'd like your welcome command to be. I know, I can't even believe, like, my 3-year affiliate anniversary is coming up in, like, don't make me math, like 25 days. Like, in like 3.5 weeks. Like, it's... Time is a social construct and I hate it. Oh gosh. Seriously, time's crazy. Time is crazy. But Ark, thank you so much. Thank you for the support. Thank you for being a good friend. Just thank you for all of it. I appreciate you so much. Pink party time. I know. I'm excited. I'm really excited for this year. I think I have some... I don't have any incentives planned yet. I have to think. I have to do a lot of thinking. I don't have any incentives planned. But I feel like what I do have planned, like the activities for the days, are going to be fun. Thinking is gross, I know. I have a hard time, like... How do I put this into words? I have a hard time, like, monetizing my time. That's not even right. Like, I have a hard time, like, putting a value to, like, what it is that I do. I guess if that makes sense. Like, I don't know how to make it so that you guys want to be here and, like, feel like you are... like appreciated and like rewarded for like being here and like subscribing and stuff. I don't know, I'm talking out of my butt. I'm in my feels lately, if you can't tell. I've been in my feels. Okay. We're going to yellow. Yeah, we're going to yellow. I understand the feeling. I understand the feeling of being in the feels. There's 2 bloopies here. There's one right there and there's one right there. Where's this going? Like, I actually don't know where this is going. Ark, I wanted to ask you, did you actually end up finishing the story of Subnautica? Like, did you finish it? You did? See, I didn't actually finish the main story before it was taken off Game Pass. So, that... You got all the... Wait, you got all the achievements for it too? Did you play the second one? Or do you have plans to play the second one? Because that's what I've decided to do, after I finish this. I'm sure you saw the announcement in Discord. But that's what I've decided to do after I finish Zelda. And I'm just curious, if you had finished it. Because I knew you were playing it... Well, like, we were playing it roughly around the same time, but... Yeah, they pulled it off Game Pass before I had the chance. I don't remember why... Like, I don't remember... Like, I stopped playing it to do something else. And it was only supposed to be, like, a temporary, like... I'm gonna get back to it, but, like, I just want to do this for, like, a minute. And... Now I don't... Like, remember what I was doing. Wait, what? Is this... Like a puzzle like this? Wait, oh my god, I solved it on accident. How did I... I'm so confused. This is 4. That's 2. Where was 3? What? How did I don't know what I did. I don't know. I don't understand how that's a puzzle. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I meant at some point, but I'm playing. So I've never gotten distracted from one game by playing another. I didn't think that actually happened to anyone ever. No. No, never. Never, never, never. That's never happened to anybody in the history of playing games. You start a game, and that is the only game you play until you finish it. Those are the rules. I don't make them. I just follow them. What the heck is this cave? Cave? Where are you, cave? I am excited to play the second one because... Oh, shit. There's like... Oh, here it is. So apparently there's some differences in, what a waste. In, well, okay, I guess I should say. There was differences, and then they updated the first Subnautica, like, with, like, the upgrades that they put in below 0, because they're like, oh no, this works better in the second game, so we're gonna change it in the first game. So, like, I wanted to see the difference, but there's no way for me to see the... I know, I haven't looked. I can't look. It's okay. Okay. Is Forever Skies, like, $20 or less? Because that's really the only thing that I like, actively, like, want at this exact moment. Like, I'm sure if I go and I look at it, and I'm sure I can find stuff. But the only thing that I actively, like, want to purchase at this moment is Forever Skies. Everything else looks good and all, but that one for sure I want. I can't carry more bright blooms, that's right. I don't need you to be here. Okay, that's fine. 23? Oof. That's not terrible. I wish I had some Steam credit. That'd be great. Can I return a game I haven't played? Return a game I haven't played? No. I shouldn't. Ugh, I shouldn't. I want to. 23 is not bad. 23 is not terrible. Stuff's about to break. Alright, this guy's about to break. Hello, sir. I'll set you free. There you go. A float soul. Slain monsters return to life. I want to unravel the mysteries of the blood moon. Got too close. Okay. You're welcome for saving you. Thank you for the 2-heart meat. Hi, Franklin. How are you, friend? Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Since I saw you 5 minutes ago in Brosep's stream. What the? I was literally just trying to pick up my stuff. Alright, so how do I get below? How? Below? Can I go through this bone? There's burn. Pine cone. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Hold on. We can ascend up. You can go up the bones. No one caught Floatzel. Wow. Rude. Oh, hello. I was looking for you accidentally. We should see if there's anything I actually want to buy this time. Oh my gosh. I really don't want to look, but I actually want to look. Anything that's like $5 and under is like a given. Like no hesitation. And the Steam summer sale is always like so good. And usually, not always, but usually if the Steam summer sale is going on, then like a lot of the key places will also like have sales. Because like they'll lose money if they, you know, they'll lose money to Steam. Probably would never actually put, like, what do you think what do you think's on your wish list that you would never play? I think I might, like, there's like stuff that I'm like, oh, this looks good, and I'll add it to my wish list, and then yeah, I think you're right. Like, I don't know if I would ever actually play half these games. I say I would, and I say I want to, but realistically, I don't know if I am, you know? I was not tired, and now I'm tired. It always happens that way. Okay. Yeah, break that one that time. Okay. Yeah, see, it says it's below, but how do you get below? Like, do you break this? No, it literally hurts me. Oh. I don't know how to get below. Wait, why? No. Wait, why no? There, no. No, let me go. Oh, let me go. Alright, so... This is the skull of something. So... Okay. I see, that's all well and good. But how do I... How do I go below? Is there another cave entrance? Is there a third entrance to this cave? I thought, like, behind this waterfall, but there's nothing behind here. See? Tales of Berseria, World of Final Fantasy, Plate Up, Forspoken, Returnal of Valkyria Chronicles. Plate Up, I bought to, like, play with friends, and then we never played it. So now I've just got this game chillin'. Yeah, I have a lot of games, and I'm like, this looks good, and then for whatever reason or another, I never get around to it. Wait, is this the other side of this cave? Is this all the same cave? I don't think I know. I know Forspoken, I know Returnal, I know Played Up. I don't think I know literally any of the other ones. I'm not gonna lie. Can you let go, Link? Where's your Nobu? Why did that not work? I don't have... Yeah, exactly. There's plenty to play. What the... I can't see anything through these stupid sages. Okay. Wait, this goes out? This is a different cave. Where is it? It says that there's a bubble frog here. But where? Doot, 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 doot. Right, give me this before you destroy everything you touch. Break that. Thank you. That's... What? Where's the frog, then? Ah! There he is. Okay. Nice. So, this one's done. Did manage to finish the Redfall story, but the achievements for it suck, so I'm still stuck with it. What, are they like... I haven't even looked. Is it... Do you have to, like, play the game as each character and stuff? I hate when games do that. Alright. Last two are in the Elden region, so... I guess... this one we can start with. We'll go around the one that's on the other side of the mountain. Yeah, I think we just got, like, way too distracted with Redfall, honestly. It's hard to control 4 people. Ah! I'm trying to eat the pickle and I can't. Okay, so do we want to go blue? Yeah, let's go blue. Would have been really nice to be able to climb that. Some are easier to know, but there are missable things if you don't know about them beforehand. I'm gonna guess there's like the what are they, the grave locks or whatever? There are also ones for playing in a group with each of the other characters that aren't really fun without matchmaking. Yeah, I was hoping to like give Redfall kind of like a little bit of a break. And that they would like do some like patches on it a little bit and fix some stuff. And I do feel like they did add more enemies, because that was like my biggest complaint, was that the world felt so empty. So I feel like the most recent patch, or I guess the most recent patch that I played, like I do feel like they increased the enemy spawns, so. Or friends to play with, yeah. I don't think I would, honestly, like, and this is not like a dig to you or to anybody else, but like, I just genuinely don't see how I could play that game solo. Like, I just don't think it would be fun. Like, even though it's just like a regular old shooter, like, I just don't think it would be fun. Honest, just in my personal, oh, gross, it's gonna be one of those things. Wait, have I done that? Have I gone there? I don't know if I've been there or not. Where'd it go? I just saw it. How did I lose it? Oh, there it is. The game isn't balanced to play. Yeah, like it really, really, really seems like the intention was for it to always be a multiplayer game and for it to not really be a solo experience. Like the way that a lot of like the abilities like coincide with each other and stuff, yeah. Like a lot of them like totally feel like they were built to like work together. Like, you know, you have Jacob the sniper that can turn you invisible. You know, you've got Dev who has like the teleporter. Like it just really, really, really feels like this was never intended to be a single player game. They aren't balanced for solo play, yeah. That sucks. That's a bummer. Like, they could have done something. Oh shit, this is the one I forgot I can't do. Where is he? Like, Redfall really, like, could have been a fun experience. Attack them and get spawned by 3 to 5 vampires and just appeared out of nowhere. That's so strange because I was literally just complaining about how I felt like the spawns were low. So it's so funny. Well, it's not funny, but like, yeah, it's not balanced, obviously. Okay, that's easy enough, right? Where's the fan? I saw it. There it is. Okay. Alright, and we'll wait for a second because I want to get these. Oh, my nose itches. Hold on, I'll read that in a second. Arc. Oh, this is fine. One of which will be a shroud that cloaks all the cultists you just attacked. Oh, jeez. Top of all, the vampires don't drop any ammo, so you run out and you keep fighting them. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, yeah. Which is weird because, and I know it's not, like, hold on. My lips are dry, so they're starting to crack a little bit. Like, I know I know that in video game developer, like, I know that it's not the same team. Like, I know when people are like, it's Bethesda, like, they made Fallout, like, how'd they screw this up so bad? Like, I'm aware that, are you kidding me that he literally, the momentum made him fall out? And not fall out, but the momentum made me, fall into the thing. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this then. Like, I know it's not the exact same people that made Fallout, but, like, Bethesda as, like, a video game developer has made other RPGs and other shooters and stuff. Like, they have a reputation for good shooter RPGs, and, like, yeah, it's just, yeah. Like, it just seems like the Redfall peeps needed to go knock on, like, the Fallout peeps, or even, like, what was that one? Like, the Outer Worlds? Ooh, it was Arcane. Yeah, but isn't it, like, Bethesda and Arcane? Because it's all over Bethesda's, like, Twitter and Facebook and stuff like that. I think it's both. I think it's both of them. In some way, shape, or form. Because it's, yeah, it's all over Bethesda's, like, socials. I didn't think so. I know I'm not talking out of my ass right now. Hold on. Yeah, Bethesda.net game Redfall. It's a Bethesda game. Bethesda.net/game/Redfall. Yeah, there's multiple departments in Bethesda. Like they work on multiple projects at once. But that's what I'm saying. Like, the Redfall people needed to go knock on the door of the Fallout people and be like, hey, how do I make an RPG shooter? Which was just a joke, because, as I said, it's different teams, and they're not even probably in the same building or the same anything. Okay. Okay. So Bethesda, so Arcane was the developer and Bethesda was the publisher, I guess, is technically how that works, right? Is that the technicality of it all? Oh shit. Okay, hold on. This is a okay, hold on. 2 hearts. Wonderful. I love that for me. When I finally get around to making a video for Redfall, it's not gonna be pretty. Oof. That's all you gotta do, though. Be honest, Ark. You know, and I've been very, I think, honest and straightforward with when I've been playing and how I felt. Moo, thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you. Somebody is that. So wait. So are you making? I just want to understand. Are you like making reviews like after the fact of games that you've already played? Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! That was a throw. That was a throw. I'm gonna watch some RP stuff. But I'll be here in a while. No problem. Honestly, Moo, you can take your time. You can lurk. You can do whatever you need to do. Oops. This one, I guess. Let's try this shit. Okay, go back to this. Get underneath his booty. That's actually enough. I need to get, like, I've started, like, baby steps, you know? Like, baby steps of, like, I'm uploading all of my VODs to YouTube, and I'm publishing them and putting them in, like, nice little organized like playlists and stuff, but actually creating separate content for YouTube is a very daunting goal. Like, I don't even know where to like, I wouldn't know where to even start, honestly. I'm not gonna lie. Like, where, like, I don't even know what the first, like, so you just sit down and film and then it's, what do you, like, do you talk like you would normally, like, with streaming? Like, I have so many questions. You know, like, I don't know. I don't know. That's why I think that's why, like, I have such a hard time when people are like, oh, you need to do YouTube. You need to, you know, don't put all your eggs in one basket. And it's just like, yeah, but, like, how do you start? How do you just, like, make the first, like, how do you just do it? Like, it's not that easy. You just do it. I don't know. It's very daunting, and I'm like super proud of you that you were even able to like take that first step, because that's my biggest roadblock, honestly. It's just like, what do I want to even do? Like, who's even gonna watch me? Who's even gonna care? Like, I don't know. Tatiana has been watching my ZELDA VODs, which has been like pumping up my watch hours, which is great. Went through 3 scripts? Holy shit. So, Ark, are you using VOD footage? Or did you film separate Subnautica footage? And do you have your... I have so many questions. Do you have your face camera in your YouTube stuff? Because that's the other thing, is I'm thinking of, why didn't you ascend? I'm trying to think, like, of making a separate scene for YouTube stuff. And I don't know if I want to have my camera in it or not. Like, if I, like, film stuff, like, on its own, you know? No, I've got a border on my stream so the camera isn't over the game. No, I know that. So you what? You crop your gameplay in your YouTube games? You also record your off-stream game time without any camera? Oh, I do that on the Switch because it like does it automatically with like the Elgato software. But I don't normally record because I play a lot of stuff off screen. So I would have no hard drive left. Yeah, let's do this. Sure. Okay, so now how do I get this back over here? I've got the zoom settings saved so I can just apply them to stream clips. Do you use DaVinci? DaVinci? So, okay. So, do you zoom... Sorry, I'm asking a bajillion questions right now. Do you zoom in DaVinci? Or do you zoom externally and then, like, edit it all in your flowing product in DaVinci? See, I might have to pick your brain because I actually, and it's probably something so simple right in front of my face, but I actually have not been able to find the zoom. Because I wanted to, like, take some of my clips and, like, zoom into them and, like, make edits out of them. And I just don't know if I'm, like, I think I'm it's probably something really stupid and I'm just like looking in the wrong place. Put the sections I want into the project and then make the modifications. So you're not zooming like in DaVinci itself? I can walk you through. Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure it's something so simple that it's like, I just am not looking in the right place. Because I was looking for it the other day because I wanted to zoom in to like something. I wanted to zoom in. Oh yeah, so in my raid video, when Astro, we're playing, it's the Faz clip, and it's like, oh, you want to play Jenga? And it's Astro knocks down the Jenga, but you can only see it for like a split second because in the clip I go, Astro! But it's really loud, so I cut it out of the raid video. So I wanted to like zoom in to him knocking the Jenga over in the background. But I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't figure it out. Ba-do-do-do-do. Alright, so it's gonna be a gift. Split that clip in two. Drop the audio. No, it did the thing where my mic cuts it out. Like, I don't know how to fix my audio, and I'm getting really frustrated and annoyed and discouraged all at the same time because I don't know how to fix my audio. I don't know how to make it so it stops clipping and cutting out my audio when I like go high, like high pitched. Like I don't know. There's a setting somewhere, there's a filter or a setting somewhere, and I can't find it. I can't get there. And it's annoying. Audio's hard, there's so many different settings for, and no, and I don't know what's like, I don't know what some of them mean. Like, I don't know what a lot of these settings mean. Like, so I don't know how to fix them because I don't know what some of these are. It's like the only thing you can do is change them and then try to like replicate it. Like, I can change a bunch of audio stuff and then I can like scream into my microphone, but it's not gonna be the same as like when something is happening on stream and I'm really excited about it. Like, it's not gonna be the same. Oh, there's a bubble frog below? Below where? It's literally below me here, like right where I'm standing. There's a single word in my last video that sounds terrible because it was recorded at a different time and it's very noticeable. Really? Do you? No, you don't. You have a microphone, right? You don't use a headset microphone, right? I know you wear a headset, but is that the microphone you use to speak in? Or is it only when you're, Wait, where's the bubble frog? Or is it only when you're in a party? Separate mic, okay, yeah, I was gonna say. Where's the bubble frog? Is it... I'm wondering if it's like picking up a bubble frog in like a different cave or something stupid. What? How'd that miss him? And he fell all the way down. I use a headset. The mic has a tendency to pick up the speaker audio sometimes, which causes an echo. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really tough thing. And I feel like one of the things that is affecting my audio is also the air conditioner. But there's something else at play here too, because like were you here the other day when I like opened up stream like normal and I was like streaming and like talking and everyone's like, you're muted, and I'm like, I'm not muted, my mic's on, like I'm like looking and my mic, like whatever, and I look and OBS had literally straight just like removed my mic source. Like it just removed my mic source. So when I had to re-add it, I had to like do my filters like from memory, which was fine because I had screenshots because Chaos helped me, but like it just, ever since then, it just hasn't sounded the same. I don't want to say right because like I don't necessarily know that it ever sounded right, but it just hasn't sounded the same. And I am annoyed. My lips are so dry. Alright, I don't know where this bubble frog is. So I'm going on. Moving on. So I just want to show you guys. I know I think it's only just Arc here, but I'm gonna show you anyway. Look at this. I have 999 bright bloom seeds. Oh, you can't see. Hold on. 999 bright bloom seeds. And that is not from duping. That is just from picking them up in caves. So that's pretty crazy. I streamed with Broster for the day for about an hour until Creamies came in and said he couldn't hear anything. My mic had been muted and OBS had glitched the Discord audio so nobody could be heard. It's so... Excuse me, I felt it coming and I didn't want to sneeze like while speaking. It's so annoying when OBS like just does stuff on its own. And like I'm a big believer in like, I don't like when people blame stuff on their PC and they're like, oh, my PC is just doing this, it's just doing this, it's doing this. It's like 99% of the time it's something you've done and like the computer is like can't process it. But OBS legitimately has a mind of its own. OBS legitimately is like, oh, I see that you just worked on all of your stuff for, you know, 6 hours or however long it may be. Like, I'm about to just erase all of your settings for no reason. Oh my god, I can't believe I didn't hit a single keys in that entire thing. Ha! There's no way I can't hit a single keys. There's no way. I refuse to believe this. I didn't do the video. Okay, okay. Thanks, Ark. Much appreciated. There's no way. There's no way. I'm not gonna keep shooting and wasting my stuff! Got him. Okay. Thank you for the DM. Thanks for getting all up in my DMs, Ark. Is her name Katie? Oh, Kaffy. I thought it was like K-A-I-T-I. I was like, that's kind of cute. Katie. But it's not. It's Kaffy. Misko's treasure. There's only 2 more Misko's treasures that I'm missing. Put in the stream chat so you can forget about it later. No, I wouldn't forget. I wouldn't forget. And if you had like posted it and I needed it, I would have just taken a screenshot of it. And I have a, this sounds stupid, but I have a Discord server that is, it's literally just me and like a shit ton of bots because I was like testing out different like Discord bots and stuff like that. So I have like a Discord that I put like my stream ideas or like I have a bunch of like keys that CD keys sent me like when I was doing my birthday stream back in November. So like I have a Discord that's literally just myself. So a lot of times people will send me random shit and I'll screenshot it and put it in that. Only I'm in, yeah. Yeah, but I have some mods who have like full access because I want people to be able to take care of the server if they need to. So I do have a couple mods that have like just like complete access to everything. And that's like I don't even like they don't even need to see it kind of stuff. I don't want you, Minoru. Hold on. Alright, so there is a bubble frog in here. But not that way. This way. Alright, I can't see around these dummies. Can't tell if it's that way. I don't have enough people in mind to need that. Yeah, I don't really need it necessarily either, but it's more of just like a I'd rather be safe than sorry kind of thing. Especially because like I don't know, I can't like keep people in the Discord. Like I get people who join all the time and then people who leave all the time. So I'm just like, I don't know. I just feel like my Discord's overwhelming, but like there's just stuff for everybody. You know? I don't know. I'm in my feels a lot lately. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm in my feels. But I would like it to stop. I would like it to stop right now, please. I don't think that the fan is necessary, but we're gonna go with it. Nothing wrong with being in feels. I mean, there is because I'm like pissing people off because I'm getting upset about stuff that like I really shouldn't be getting upset about, and it's just a lot right now. It's just a lot right now. And there's a lot of like I don't know how to explain it. There's a lot of like just missing the way things were. Like my tweet, and I got a lot of DMs last night after I tweeted that thing about like being really lonely. People were like, "I'm your friend. I'm here for you." And it's like I didn't want to like offend anybody. I didn't mean to offend anybody. That's not what I meant. I more just meant like I miss my friends back home. Like I miss having like friends to like go and hang out with. Like I quite literally like don't have a single like in-person friend since I've moved to Tennessee. Like there are a couple girls at work that I talk to, but like are we friends? Maybe, but like we're co-workers. We're co-workers who are friendly with each other. So there's a lot of like online friends are great, but like I want to go to the movies, or I want to go shopping, or I want to go get my nails done, or like I just want a companion, and I'm tired of sitting home alone every day. So that's what I was referring to. And a lot of people, I got a lot of DMs last night and people are like, "I'm your friend, I'm here for you, I'm here for you." And I'm like, I know, but like you're not here for me, which is what the problem is. All right, can I like go up somewhere? Is that... I'm honestly very confused where the heck... I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. Not there. Oh my god, my thing still better be here or I'll die. Okay. Okay. You get the feeling? And you're a dad, so like on top of that, like you also have like the added factor of like you have a child that you have to take care of and budget your time for, and like I don't have those things. So for me, I'm just like I've got all the free time in the world and nobody to spend it with. Not nobody, because you know, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. All the free time in the world. And no companions to spend it with. I don't know where the bubble frog is in this one, honestly. It's gonna be someplace weird. Where is it? See? It's this way. It's this way. Isn't anywhere near the flexibility though. Like, yeah. Like, I'm very, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not stupid. I'm very fortunate that I have a consistent work schedule. I always know what my schedule is gonna be. You know, it's extremely rare that I get asked to work anything outside my normal scheduling. You know, like, I'm very fortunate, and I know that. But at the same time, it's like, you know, I miss being able to hang out with my friends till, you know, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I miss my, like, stupid, dirty, grimy bar that's like a hole in the wall in the middle of nowhere. Like, I miss my stupid friends who, you know, were insensitive and didn't give a shit. Like, I'm just really, really, really missing home right now. Hanging out with people or not. That too. Like, I can still stay up that late, but it's not by choice. It is entirely by insomnia / stress / anxiety. But yeah, so I feel like I posted the other day that I was gonna take some time off because I've really just been like having a hard time. But I'm really lonely. So I don't want to take time off, even though I should, because I should rest and I should take time for myself. I don't want to take time off because I'm lonely, because I don't have anybody else other than stream. You know, so I'm over here like, get rest. Your body needs it. You're so tired. You're so burnt out. You're so stressed. And then I'm like, no. Because if you don't stream, like, you have nobody. My leg itches. My leg itches so bad. "10 p.m. rolls on my eyes get heavy, whether I want to stay up or not." Oh, that's like, even on the weekends? Does your body at least give you weekends? Could you imagine your body gave you like nights and weekends off? Actually, I started streaming in the first place, really? Nope. Are you one of those caffeine doesn't affect you kind of people too? No weekends. The dog doesn't let you sleep in. My dogs don't let me sleep in, but I'll get up and I'll let them out and then I'll go back to bed. They will also go back to bed though, so they are aiding and abetting. But they'll wake up and be like, "I gotta pee." And then I'm always like, "Alright, fine." Side effects aren't worth it. I've just been drinking it for so long. I don't get side effects. Me, not so much. Yeah, some people can't. I can. I 100% can. I can sleep pretty much. I can sleep pretty much anytime. Except for at night when I need to go to bed and I need to go to sleep. I can't. But I can sleep, like, I can sleep in a car, I can sleep on a train, I can sleep on a plane. Like, I can sleep in all of, like, the funky places that people are like, I can't sleep like this. I can do it. I can sleep during the middle of the day. Like, I can sleep, it doesn't matter. Like, I can sleep. But at the end of the night, I'll go to bed. Not happening. Oh, you get caffeine headaches. Yeah, some people just can't. Some people just can't. I, on the other hand, do not get caffeine headaches. I get no caffeine headaches, as in a headache if I haven't had caffeine. That's called withdrawals, just in case you guys were wondering. Alright, I need to figure out how to get into this one. Alright, there's gotta be a cave nearby. Oh, my hammer broke. Lightly caffeinated teas, that's my limit. Nope. I have like at least one, usually more, caffeinated drink per day. That's probably why I'm so anxious and stressed and wanting to die all the time. There's no correlation, right? There couldn't possibly be a correlation, right? All right, let me look. I'm gonna look on the map to see if there's a cave over here somewhere. Okay. Oh, it's over here. Okay. What? Shrine of Light. Those are okay. Found in the cave. What? Found in the cave. Isle of Rabok Gallery. Oh shit, way over here? Okay. When you reach the part where the mine track goes in a circle, stop somewhere and get back on the track in the opposite direction and hit the switch to leave the circle to reach the shrine. Correlation does not equal causation. I suppose that is true. I don't know where my chapstick just went, and this is a problem because my lips are very dry. My lips are so dry. Where's my chapstick? What the heck? Really? I will hydrate. I will hydrate after I hydrate my lips. Maybe did I knock it down? No, I don't see it on the floor. What the heck? Alright, well here's the hydrate in the meantime. But I have another chapstick in my jacket pocket. I can go grab that. Okay, I found it. Well, I found a chapstick, not my good one. I don't know where my good one could have possibly gone. This room isn't that big. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so we have to go to this cave here. Where the heck is it, though? Oh, wait, it's under... Oh, no, it's right here. What the heck? Oh. Okay, so this is gonna go down. Oh my god, of course there was more and I missed them. Alright, so. They said to turn so you hit the switch and turn around. I just don't know where the switch is, I suppose, yet. This is our last shrine. This is the last shrine. Ark, it's just me and you. It's just me and you here to experience it. Alright. So they said, what? Why am I not going? Oh, I'm not on the thing? This is dumb. Can you face the right way? Jeez Louise. Louise. Jeez Louise. Oh my god, I probably look insane, but there is like a gnat or like a fruit fly or something and it's driving me insane. Alright, so it says to stop and hit the switch, but I don't see the switch. It's not yet. Bubble frog nearby. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so there is... Okay. So, I got it now. So we're gonna have to go this way. And then we have to stop. Wait, what? Hold on a second. Stop. Wait. So there's that. So that goes in a circle. Huh? And then that's gonna go that way, right? Yeah, okay, I see. I see. I tell myself that just because there's a gnat doesn't mean you aren't crazy. No, I agree. I 100% am crazy. But it probably looks really bad because I just keep going like this. And it's just like, you can't see it. I can see it. I promise it's there. Which I suppose sounds even crazier, doesn't it? I promise it's there. Ark, you know what I just remembered? I bought Oreo cookie ice cream sandwiches. I might go get one. As a celebration, victory celebration treat. Oh my lord. How... Okay, so this is gonna be a circle, right? I have to get my bearings first. Okay, so I have to go there. Okay, so this is the one where he said to turn around and go the other way. Okay. Wait, why is it still going, though? Like, I should be losing momentum, not gaining it. My fan's off. Okay, now let's go this way. I don't know. Bonk for both making me jealous and somehow managing to not have already eaten them. Oh, I bought 2 boxes. Oh, I bought 2 boxes. Alright, so this will get me to the shrine? Question mark? Wait, this gets me up? BRB? Okay. Alright. Let me think here for a second. Okay. This way? Yes. Okay, so here's the shrine that we are very much stuck in right now. Okay. There we go. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Wow, there's so much to mine over here. Here's our last shrine. Here it is. Here it is. Alright, please be a blessing. Please just be a blessing, so I don't have to do anything. That'd be so great. It's just a blessing. It's a blessing. Alright, here it is. Here it is. Here's our shrine. And it's a magic staff. Wow. What a waste. Okay, here it is, chat! Here it is! Here it is! Ba-ba-da-da. Okay. This is the final light of blessing! Let's go. Make your way to the Temple of Time. There you shall find a suitable reward for your efforts. The Temple of Time in the sky, I'm gonna imagine. The Shrine Explorer. Let's go. Oh wow, so it closes them. Oh wow! It like closes them like completely because they're like, you don't need to do these anymore, they're done. That's crazy. Alright, so the bubble frog is gonna be really, really hard to get. I'm not gonna lie. I might even just say screw it. Because I've gotten... I guess it depends. I have to look up if you get anything for actually collecting them all. Or if it's just like a, just a collection thing. Because I've already gotten everything that he gives you in the store. In his little creepy store. Okay. Do I want to like mine all this stuff? It's like, oh, rock salt and amber. But like, what if there's diamonds? Like, what if diamonds, though? No, none of these are gonna be diamonds. Alright. Alright, Temple of Time in the sky. Let's go. Oh, I just want to, like, get it. I just want to, like, get this bug and kill it. Kill it. I'm really excited to get back into Subnautica. I almost did yesterday, just to kind of break up the Zelda a bit. And I'm not done. Like, I'm not, like, done with Zelda. I'm not done. I'm just breaking it up a little bit. I just went too hard with Zelda, you know? Just set everything on fire to be sure. Yeah. Just light it all on fire. Alright, here it is, Ark. Here it is. You're the only one here. Temple of Time, let's go. Boop. Okay. Do I get it from this guy? No, he's bad. He's a bad guy. A bad guy. Dead bad guy. Okay. Into the Temple of Time to get our reward. Where's our reward? Hello? Hi, I'm here. What do I do? Adventure log. By visiting every shrine light, okay, it seems your efforts will be rewarded at the Temple of Time. Yes, I'm here. Do I have to go up? Hold on, I might have to go up. I might have to go up. Okay. Rewind faster. I went very hard with Zelda. Yeah. Yeah. The burnout is very real. Okay, here it is. Here it is. You have conquered the shrines and claimed their lights of blessing. Oh. I guess I have to do all this first? Oh no, it's right behind it. I see it now. That's fine. I'll do this first still. I'll still do this first. And then I'm gonna change my clothes in case there's a cool cutscene. A 2 cannon? Bing! Whew, okay, 4 more. Hi Mark, how are you, friend? Welcome in. We did it. We did all of our shrines. I'm turning in all of my orbs, and I'm about to get my treasure. It's right there. It's so close. It's so close. All right, and last heart. Bing. Dang, that's a lot of hearts. Okay, here it is. Oh wait, I want to change my clothes. Just in case there's something cool. Let's put my... Oh wait, I need to find this. The Royal Guard... the Royal Guard helm. Gonna lurk in the corner. Hope you're doing well. Mock, I hope you're doing well. I saw your tweets today, and I just want to let you know that I feel you, and you're my buddy, and I care about you. This item is said to contain the spirit of a hero who once saved Hyrule. That hero's aura will envelop the wearer. It's clothes? What is it? Why? 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 I have a tail. I'm a furry. Thanks, fam. Of course, Mock. Of course. You can reach out and DM me anytime. If you want. We did it! So what's that put us at now? 67.85. Wow. Just need out of my headspace sometimes. It's hard. I understand. I was actually just talking to Ark at the beginning of stream about how I'm really in my feelings right now because it's just like really taking a toll on me that I've been here in Tennessee for, you know, over 2 years now, and I don't have any friends. Like, I haven't made a single friend that like I can like hang out with and like go do things with. And it's like, I have friends. I have lots of friends. I have online friends. I have lots and lots of friends. That's not what the problem is. The problem is like I'm isolated. Like, I'm isolated away from everybody because like I don't have any friends. I don't have anybody to talk to. I don't have anybody to hang out with, do things with, get out of my house, you know? So like I'm just really like, I'm feeling like this loneliness that I have never felt in my life before. So like I get it when it's like there's nobody around and like there's people who are like, you can talk to me, you can talk to me, you can talk to me, just like I'm saying to you, like you can DM me and you can talk to me. And while I mean it, I do mean it in my heart. I mean it. Like, I know that like I'm not the person that like you want to talk to when you mean like I have nobody to talk to. You know, you want to talk to your friends, you want to talk to your safe space, and you're like, I get it. And I'm the same way. Like, I'm really missing a lot of friends right now. A lot of my friend group has grown apart, gone their different directions, and I'm really missing. I'm really struggling. Gigi, what are you doing? Hey, what are you doing? DMs are not the same as exactly. And it's like I just want to like go out to dinner and like get some like greasy food and like a crappy overpriced drink at some like, you know, Ruby Tuesday or whatever, and just like, I don't know, just not be at home for forever, you know? Like, I'm really feeling it. Like, I'm really, really feeling it lately. I'm really in my feelings lately. Just want a game or watch a movie or do some dumb shit with people to lighten my heart and my mood. Yeah, I understand. And I can 100 times offer, like, you know, you're welcome to hang out in the Discord and you're welcome to do all these things, but it's not the same. And I know it's not the same, and I don't take it personally. I know it's not the same. You just want your friends, and you want your friends, and nothing wrong with that. Alright. Alright, an hour and a half, we're done, we finished it. Kidding. Let's go do... Need some arrows. I need some arrows. What did I mark here? Oh yeah, there's a thing here I need to get. Let's go get that. There's a cave. There's a cave here that's got some treasure in it. Some sort of treasure in it that I need. I don't remember what it is, but... Man, the Koroks are gonna take literally 500 years. But that's probably what we'll just do for the rest of the night, honestly. We've probably got... I should end around like 9 or 10 if I'm being responsible, but we know that won't happen. But also, like, I'm kind of done, so if I want to end whenever the fuck I want to, I can. Where's my gold? Here it is. Oh yeah, okay, hold on. I need this. The Royal Guard helm. It's gotta be in the castle. Let me look. Royal Guard uniform. I have that. Royal Guard cap. The Royal Guard cap is located in Princess Zelda's room behind a divider. Okay. Champion's leathers I have. And then the Royal Guard boots I have. Okay, so I have to get into Princess Zelda's study. Okay, that's fine. It's not even that it's not the same as my friend group. I just don't want to be that guy sliding people's DMs with my stuff when it doesn't matter. I think it boils down to I'm more annoyed by myself that I can't just shake shit off. Yeah. You don't have to give details of anything that happened, but like is there an event? Like did something happen that has like set you like in this mood? Like did you get into like a fight with a friend, or like is there something that's like kind of like deep down lingering that is like causing this irritation, but maybe it's misdirected? Like I'm totally projecting I'm totally projecting my own issues right now, but it could be for the both of us. The more available I am, the less I see people. Well, that's because you're more available. That's because you're more available and you're like, hi, hello, I'm here, I'm ready to like do the things, and other people are like busy or not available or don't want to. But that's why it feels like you're like, I'm available and now I don't see anybody, but it's just the way that things work. Which I know is like so cliche and you're probably like, fuck you, but that's literally like when you have more time, people have less time to spend with you because you have more time now. Just do what Broseph said they would do and stream until you get all the Koroks. Absolutely not. I have a job. Made plays to people on multiple occasions and they keep blowing me off. No rhyme or reason. I really, really, really hate that for you. That's a big reason that I will, I'll end friendships over that shit. Like, if you can't make time for me, I'm not gonna make time for you. Like, it's quite simply about respect. And, you know, if you don't even respect my time, or my plans, or my feelings, you know. I'm sorry, Mock. I'm really sorry. I'm really, really sorry. If anybody understands what that feels like, I do. It sucks. Got it, buddy. You can have a new schedule because they're focused on some project that even though it isn't going anywhere right now, all the time he has invested, and it's like, respect. Yeah, it's a courtesy thing. Exactly. Hi, McCradden. How are you? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. It's a McCradden raid. Give us all your snacks and continue to be awesome. Oh, my snacks. Zunzi, welcome in. How are you? You're doing good. I'm glad to hear it. Welcome in, guys. Let me get some stamina food real quick so I don't die on the way, and then we'll keep going. What'd you play today? Outer Wilds. I've been really, really wanting to check that out, and I have not had the chance to yet. But how was your stream? How was Outer Wilds? I'm doing really good. We are wrapping up the end of our. It is the end of an era. It is the end of an era, but we are wrapping up our Tears of the Kingdom playthrough tonight. I quite literally just, and I mean just, not even 10 minutes ago, just finished all 152 shrines. So I have done all of the depths. I've done all the shrines. I beat Ganon. I've done everything I need to. I've done everything except for collect all the Koroks. So for the rest of the night, because I just finished the shrines, so the rest of the night we're just gonna hang out. We're gonna chat. We're gonna vibe, have a good time, and we're just gonna go Korok hunting for the rest of the night because I'm finished. I finished. I got all of the shrines. I have saved Hyrule. So if you were hoping to or trying to avoid spoilers for Tears of the Kingdom, you are in the right place at the right time because there are absolutely zero spoilers happening right now. We are just Korok hunting. Strictly Korok hunting because there's nothing else for me to do in this game now. But I have a quick little spiel if you guys don't mind. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Hi. If you do not know who I am, my name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, and just kind of see like what we're about, what to expect, and all that good stuff. I hope you enjoy. Sully, I see you. I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you guys in just a moment. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? They can't know we're like this until they're here. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. This is what heroes look like. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Why did you hold it like that? Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I can see it.
Look at that donk. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? What have I done? Are you pooping? I can't stream in these conditions. I have poopies for you. That won't and can't go wrong. Don't give me that baby. Oh my gosh, my mom. He's still rolling.
Eat.
No. That was already out. That was for the smell. I'm trying to make the poop.
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. I keep finding these boners. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Oh my hot dogs. What is happening?
There's a deep rib.
Oh, what is this?
Deep rib.
Home. We home. Name every year in the 80s. I couldn't make this up if I tried. I don't want to fight in the poo. Where would Klefki's butthole be? You know, like these are the important questions. How do I know so much of Umbop? You did not just Umbop me.
Oh, we can play Jenga?
Yeah, I could play Shenga. Shenga.
But I...
Go, bees!
I just want to be beautiful like her. Is it working?
I am cat, I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him.
What this? Oh, I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
You're like, yeah, then you're like, yeah.
Thank you so much for that raid. There's a Ninetales in chat, if anybody is interested in that. I highly recommend. Amazing. That was amazing. Thanks, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That means a lot. So I have been streaming for just about 3 years. Well, I've been streaming for 3 years. My affiliate anniversary is coming up very soon. But one of the things that I learned very quickly is like you have a very, very, very limited time to like make an impact on people after like getting raided, because a lot of times like people are just there to see. Sorry, there's like a bug or whatever. I was like grab nothing. People are usually just there to see like the people that they want to see, and they don't normally stay for raids. So I was like, you know, when you go to a movie, how do you get hyped up for like what you want to watch next? Like there's a movie trailer. So that's kind of how I approached it, you know? It's like a little movie trailer for like what to expect in my channel. Oh, there it is. I see it. Something like that, you know? Good plan? Thanks. Thanks. That's kind of like, that was kind of my thinking there. Was like, how do you take a very limited amount of time and get people excited or want to stay or want to get to know you, you know? I need an epic move. I know. I have a friend, I have a streamer friend by the name Nick Peak who has the voice for radio. Like literally he needs to be in radio. His voice is so good. I tell him all the time. I should ask him if he can do a little voiceover for me, because that would be actually great. But I wanted to, like, I would love like at the end to just be like, ew. Like really, really serious, like because first you're like, ew, and then you're like, ew. Oh, that is... that is not what I expected. I expected to just, like, have to go into, like, these little holes here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Whee! And then sleep as I'm doing all the adulting tomorrow. Oh, you must pee a dog. Yes, go pee your dog. Go pee your dog. I totally understand that life. But thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. Do your adulting. Good luck with your adult stuff tomorrows. Good luck with your Karak hunting. Thank you. Good luck with your adulting. Thank you so much for the raid and for trusting me with your community. I appreciate you. I'll try not to abuse them too much. Adulting is gross. Adulting is literally the meanest thing that could possibly happen to a person. Wait, where? I heard it. I heard it. Wait, what? I heard it! I'm so confused. I heard it. Oh, he's right there. Okay. Please make it, because I don't have enough arrows. Ugh, I can't see. I can't see. Okay, cool. That was amazing. I still can't see. Thank you. Oh my gosh, annoying. Okay. Ooh, okay. I think this is a, I think this is technically a hot spring too, which is cool. Ugh, alright, let's go get this. So this should be the last piece of this. No. Yes, okay, that's the Divine Helm. Okay. So we need to go to the castle to get the last piece of the Royal Guard uniform. And then we are also missing... What? What did I just discover we were missing earlier and I don't remember? So we're missing the Royal Guard's hat right here. There was one... Oh, yeah. Missing the other Zonai pieces? Where the heck are those? I have to look those up. Okay. Oh, the tingle set is also missing. Okay. Okay. So we've got 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 armor pieces to get tonight too. Alright, so let's go to the castle. And we have to go to Princess Zelda's room, they said. Okay. Princess Zelda's room. We're sneaking into her bedroom. Sneaking into her bedroom. Oh, I wanted to take a picture of that. Hold on. No, screenshot. Ooh, it faded a bit, but I got it. I got it. I got it. I'll take a screenshot of that. Here we go. Ba-ba-da-ba. Alright, now I have to go green. I don't remember how to do this. I don't remember, like, where her room is. Holy! There was not this many Horriblins in here last time. Holy smokes. Well, I could probably get some Korok swap in here, too. Probably. Alright, Princess Zelda's room. Man, is that below? Is Princess Zelda's room below? I can't tell. Like, I actually can't tell if it's below or not. Oh my god, why does my nose itch so bad suddenly? Sorry guys, it's gross. I'm gonna go down. I feel like everything was down before. Alright, so how did I get into the actual castle from here? Not there. Alright, I need to find an entrance to the castle, please. Okay, we'll find it. Hold on. I just don't remember. There's a lot that are like just on the side of like cliffs and stuff. Because I got inside the castle before. Like, you can walk in the castle. Docks, okay. Okay, are docks on the other side? Can I get in through the docks? I don't... I just can't... I just cannot remember if Zelda's room is in the castle below. Like, that you can go through, like, the corridors. Or, oh, that's a Korok. Or if it's in the castle above that's floating. I just can't remember. To go through puzzle games on wish list to see if any appropriate for small children. Let me see if there's any that I can think of that are appropriate. How old is Rainbow? Let me think. I really like puzzle games, so I'm gonna go back up. I think it's above. She's 8. Okay. 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 Oh, you know what? Ark. I have not tried it yet, but I was given this game. She might like this game. Skytales on Switch. They gave me the key and I haven't had the chance to play it yet. I've just seen the trailer. But she might like that one, actually. It's not a puzzle game, but she might like that game. I should try it. I should try it eventually, but... Zelda needs me. Okay, so I need to get in the castle. And the best way from here... My god, it's literally, look at that. That's like literally where I need to go. So I need to get across. Like I just need to go straight across. But now it's raining, so it's wonderful. She steals my Switch often enough. Yeah, she might like that one a lot. I think it looked really cute, which is why I was like, I'll take the key and I'll give it a try, even though it looked young. You know, it looks like it's a kid's game. I still thought it looked really cute, so I was like, sure, I'll give it a try on stream. Luckily, they weren't like, oh, I need you to do it by this time and it needs to be this much time streamed. Like, I asked them and I was like, do you have like a time limit? Because like I am kind of in the middle of some games right now. They're like, nope, no time limit. Whenever you want. I was like, okay, cool. There's like 5 arrows up top. It's not worth, but I'm like, Alright, can I get them here? Hold on. Yes, I can. Give me these 5. Oh, 10! See? Totally worth. Totally worth. Wait, am I too high now? No, I need to go up more? I am very confused right now. Wait, like there? I cannot. No, don't touch me. No, it's fine, please. No, it's fine. Ugh. No, you don't want to fight me. Yes, this is where I need to go. Okay. I need it to stop raining, like, literally right now, please. Okay, can I do this? Okay, I'll just do this. I'll do this instead. Okay, so this is Zelda's room, right? Zelda's room. Okay. I need to move. What am I moving? Royal Guard cap is located in Princess Zelda's room. Oh, it's right here. Oh, I just didn't see it. Okay. Everything's gray in this fucking room, so of course. Okay, that's done. All right. All right, are there Koroks in the Dusk Bow? Shard of Dinral's spike? No, these are all made up. You guys are making shit up. Alright, are there any Koroks in Hyrule Castle? Where's the Korok thing? Where's the Korok thing? Korok seeds. Okay. Holy shit. There's a lot. Okay. Alright, does it show? Or do I have to do it like this? Okay, I have to do it like this. Okay, so there is one here. There's one on the very top of the castle, obviously, as always. There's one here. See, I don't know any layers. Like, I don't know if they're, like, on the top or if they're on the bottom or anything. There's one here. A Pukimiuku in chat. We'll do it. Ultra on that. Okay. Alright, so where are we? We are in this green room, which we can delete because we found that now. Now... Oh, wait. There's two here in the study, and I only have one. So there's another one in the study that's right here. Okay. So how do I get to the study? This is her room. Okay, so it's above. Okay, and across. Now, I just need to fuck, I forgot this does it. No, 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 no. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so here's her study. Now... How far does this go? Okay. So this is the very top, which is the one I've got, right? Yes. So there's another one. Ah. Falling slowly. Got it. Okay. Nice. Nice. Alright, so that one's done. That green one's done. Alright, next. Ooh. No, I guess I should mark these, huh? So I know. Okay, outside the tower of Zelda study. Perfect. Come to the peak of the tower. Okay. So this one... Pinwheel located on the B1 level of the castle. So it's here. Okay, so... I see it. Well, I see one. I don't know if it's the... Holy. Was that a was that a joke? Oh my gosh, that was too funny. Alright, so that one's that one. Wait, is that even the one I marked? I don't know. Yeah, it is. Okay, perfect. Next. Okay. Located at the top of the tower, of the guard tower. Literally right below me, right here. Can I examine from the top? Do I have to be grabbing? Oh my god. Are you kidding? You just kept going. Why? Link, why are you like this? He just kept going. He just kept going. Turn this way. Examine. Perfect. My leg itches again, but the other side. Okay. Alright, easy. Woo! 68.05. We gotta make at least 69 before we retire. Follow the flower trail starting at the bottom of the watchtower. Southwest from Mark. Okay, so I got that one. Okay, so behind me. So there's, okay. So this is the tower right here. So there should be a flower trail. Little cactus man, I know. The Koroks are so stinking cute. Like, they have no business being that cute. Alright, so... flower. No flower? Wait, what did they say? Southwest from the mark? So north, south, west. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't see the flower. Wait, is it like on the top of the tower? Well, there goes my one single idea. The flower ones are usually relatively easy because the flowers usually stick out. Hmm. Does it start down here? No, I got this one. See, I got him already. What does this do? Is this just a straight up door? No, I can't grab it? Why? Very strange, because you can usually grab these doors and lift them. Alright, let's keep looking for this stupid flower. It's gotta be somewhere. Follow the flower trail starting at the bottom of the watchtower. Is this the watchtower? Everything somewhere, man. You gotta start somewhere, man. Hi, Franklin. I feel like this is the watchtower. Follow the flower trail, starting at the bottom of the watchtower, southwest from Mark. Oh my god, it's on the other side of the fucking wall. It's annoying. Okay, well, we got that one. There's no reason to fret about it anymore because we got it. Okay. That one we got. Alright, what's next? Yip yip! So delete. Delete. Okay, so I got that one. So there's one right here. Oh, there's one right here. Alright, I think we can get to this blue one right here. Okay, so right here. This is the hidden passage. Okay, so what does it say before I just like yeet myself down there? Drop down off the walkway to see the puzzle. There's a gap you can fall down just past the arched entryway. Just past the arch entryway? No, it's this one. Okay. I can't see through you. Oh my god, I can't see through any of you guys. I can't see at all now. I can't. Can I have it, please? I can see. I literally can't see to like put this anywhere. There we go. Okay. Oh. This. Hold on. This way. This way. This way. Got it. I probably just had so many chins because I was like, how do I solve this one? Yep, yep. Okay, next. So this green one. Oh, and there's one. Yeah, haha. Here. Franklin, are you feeling better? I hope you're feeling better. Even if you're not, I'm still thinking about ya. Oh, excuse me, hiccups. Eh. You know what? I'll take eh. Eh is better than not eh. Lift the stone under the bridge? What bridge? This one? Is this a bridge? Upset about something stupid, so it's fine. I'm also upset about something stupid, so I understand. There's no way. That's hilarious. How the hell are you supposed to find that without a guide? Can you get through the other side? You can't? There's no way. There's no way people are supposed to figure that shit out. There's no way. There's no way! Alright, let's go to this blue one here now. Oh, I see it right there. I see it. I keep thinking it's gonna be a blood moon, but it's just the castle. It's all goopy. It's all goopy and droopy. Oh, I see you. Oh no, maybe I don't. Oh, son of a biche. Oh my god, I'm the worst. Trying to go so fast. Oh, there's more? Oh. Where is it? Oh gosh. Why am I actually the worst right now? Okay, there we go. Franklin, the way that I like to see is like, it might be stupid, but it's important enough to you that your heart or your head or whatever it is aching. And that's all that matters. It's not stupid if it's important to you enough to hurt you. Because people like to dictate if arguments or fights or whatever are stupid. And it's like, if my feelings are hurt, it's not stupid. Like, I'm sorry, end of story. If my feelings are hurt, it's not stupid. We can work through it, so feelings aren't hurt anymore. But it's not stupid, just because you don't understand. Or because someone doesn't understand. Whatever, maybe. A Kakuna... I'm not spending fancy Pokeballs on a Kakuna. Okay. Now. Okay. This one. Did I get that one yet? No, I haven't. Okay, so there's one here. Alright. I do have this one, so let me check that one out. And the red one. And then there's another one here. Holy smokes, there's so many Koroks here. Alright, so what's the closest one, I guess? The light blue? Wait, what? Oh, the fan doesn't go away. Okay. Confusing me. Maybe next year and I started looking around and found a place to absolutely love, but obviously we're not ready yet. And it got sold and I'm bummed about it. No, it's not silly. It's not silly, and I will tell you why. Because the mind is a very fragile thing and a very interesting thing in the sense that, like, when you find a house, like I did the exact same thing when we were looking for houses. There was a house that I found and I absolutely loved, like the place that like would have been like my room. It was like this full basement, whatever, and I loved it. But there was such issues with the house, like foundation issues, stuff like that, and I could not like get past the issues with the house because all I could think about was like I had already like visualized my life like in this space. And so it was really hard for me to like move on from it because I had already visualized it and been like, this is what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. So I understand when it's like, it's what you wanted and like you already like started like, this is what we could, this is where we could go if we lived here. This is what we could do if we lived here. And I get it. I get it. It's not stupid. It's not stupid at all. At least I don't think it's stupid. I don't think it's stupid. And it's my stream, so I'm the only one that matters. Who is this rando dude? Are you the one who wants me to cook? Okay. Do you have a book that you're gonna tell me the ingredients? Because I don't remember. Crunchy fried rice. Pink has spoken, Franklin. You are wrong. No, I mean, you are wrong. It's not silly. But not in like a mean way. Okay, so this red one is next. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Can I like go here? She doesn't even go here. Okay, so here. What? What does this one say? Pop the balloon on the top of the tower. Top of what tower? Wait, oh, is that an above? Oh, that might be an above. Alright, what does this one say? Hold on. Solve the block puzzle on B2. Okay, so these ones are up. Okay, so this one. Under a rock beneath the bridge. Wait, did I get that one? I did. I got that one. I should mark it. Okay. So those ones are above. That one's above. This one's not above. Holy. Okay, stand near the pinwheel and break the balloons. Link may enter from one end of the west passage. Use ultra hand to fuse on the just entering lock up through the opening in the cell wall. What the hell? Please tell me I have that one and I don't need to do it. Of course I don't. Of course I don't have that one. Alright, let's go up. Because I think... Because I have this one, I can mark this one. No target from Stump. This is on ground level, not the floating castle. If you follow the path to the moat from the tower... Okay, so purple is on the ground level. There are 1,000 in this one. I just know it was gonna happen and everything, but it was a perfect distance from stuff. The neighborhood was perfect, and yeah, I get it. I see. That's what I'm saying. Like, I am totally understanding what you're saying when you're like, it's fucking sucks because it was like everything you wanted. Like, I get it. I get it. I get it. I really do. I get it. There's 1,000. There's 1,000 of these fuckers. And I think I'm under 300. Like, I'm under 300. It's ridiculous. Okay, so delete that one. Alright, so now we have to go up. Wait, no, I lied. Let's go get this stupid blue one over here that's gonna kill me. That same feeling several times. Yeah. And it's even worse. Like, it's even worse when you're, like, close. When you're, like, close to getting it and you don't get it. Is even worse. How do you get there, though? Wait, can you bomb these? Wait, can you bomb these? Oh my gosh. Ridiculous. No. Okay. So I have to go down? How? I'll get down. Oh, this is hands, but what are you guarding, hands? How do I feel like you should be able to bomb these. Like, look at them. They're totally bombable! Alright, I'm gonna use a regular bomb, not a time bomb. I don't know if there's any difference, but I'm gonna do it. I don't know. I might die. We'll see. Oh, this is a Zelda game. I should be able to blow that shit up. Alright, I'll take care of the like, I guess. Mr. Hands, yes. From the pirate show? What kind of pirate shows are you watching? Oof, they get all floppy. They get all floppy. You son of a... Alright, this is where I need to go. But see, I can't even... I just don't like them flopping around. Alright, he's dead. Got it. The Taika Waititi one? The gay pirate? Gay pirate? Are you talking about like What We Do in the Shadows? Like the vampire show? Is that what you're talking about? I like Taika Waititi. I think he's funny. I think he's funny. Okay, hold on. I have to think about this one here. Royal bow. Amazing. So, somehow, I have to get out. Oh, yeah, no, I didn't watch that. I've heard of it, but I did not watch it myself. Alright, there's gotta be a place to get through here. See, and I'm confused because there's hands in here. So there's gotta be a place for me to get in here. Oh, well that's a splody. So, hold on. You have puzzle games the end of time now. What'd you get? Did you get anything good? Wait, what? Where are you? Where are you? What? Are you for reals right now? Uh... This really is not breaking? No, he rolls right over it. I don't know what to do. Okay, hold on. Let's... I don't know what to do. Like, I need stuff to mine with, right? The room bundle, the escape simulator, Eyes of Ara, wizardry, school, escape room. Ooh, does she like escape rooms? That's so weird that that's not breaking. Hey streamer, go over there, do a jump, hit the button. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're gonna backseat me. Not very good at them, but seems to have fun anyway. Aw. I want to do a real life one, but again, no IRL friends. Okay, I have to read this one for a second here. What? Fuse something on the jail switch? Where was a jail switch? I'm pissed because it's probably like right there and I just didn't see it. Alright, how did I get in here in the first place? Oh, it probably would have been useful to remember where I was. Wait, where's the jail? Lock up, right here. Right here. Yeah, but I don't remember how to get in. Now it's just in here. No. Gonna be nearish in a couple weeks for vacation. You can come do one with me. Wiflin will have us do at least a couple. Really? There is one, there is one, like, literally down the road from me in my town. Like, there's one just waiting to be solved. Ooh. West Passage. Oh yeah, I can't pick any more of those up. Ka-chow. Ka-chow! Where was I supposed to be going? Like, right here? You're welcome to come join us. Aw, that's nice, Franklin. Thank you. The fact that you guys would, like... The fact that you guys would, like, include me in, like, your IRL lives is just very, very, very heartwarming. Yeah, I see you. I am very busy right now, though, trying to find my way. You're my friend? You're my friends. Physics sucks. It does. This seems like this is not going the right way. Like, this just seems like this is going... exactly fucking where I need to be, of course. Because why wouldn't it? Okay, so I'm gonna try this. No, that didn't work. Wait a second. Wait a second. Fusing. Grabbing. I'm the best. Okay. It was over... Oh, there's more than one? Well, that's silly. Let me come. I thought you'd come. I'd have invited you to go into the big Airbnb. Really? I mean, there's no point in me going in on an Airbnb when I live here, but an escape room, I might be down for. I might not feel that annoying. Yep, yep. Alright, so did that mean... Is this open? Well, this one I can open. It's the hands one. Where, at the end? Wait, are the hands open? Do we have enough to get the hands? I can just get the chest and leave, right? Oh, it's not open. Oh, but it dropped the stuff. Alright, so... Are you supposed to be able to get the stuff from here? Like, are you supposed to be able to break those from above? Can you Nobu just not break black rocks? Gatlinburg. I think Gatlinburg is like 2.5 hours away from me. I'm in the northeastern corner of Tennessee. Hmm. Okay, so... How do you open... How do you open this then? We're going to be near the eastern border? Yeah, so Gatlinburg is like close, but not quite where I am. But close. When did you say? Couple weeks. I'll look where Gatlinburg is, because I just don't know, because I don't go anywhere, so I don't need to know where anything is. Alright, okay. I really just don't know. Oh, it's breaking. Okay. Wow, it's taking forever to break. How? I was like, how is it not hitting him at all? To North Carolina, 3rd week of July. Oh wait, that might be when my thing is, so I might not actually be able to if it's during my anniversary stream weekend. This is stupid. Why are you not dead yet? Where are you? This is so dumb. I'm stuck. I'm stuck on a tree. God damn. Link, this is not the time. This is actually annoying right now. My thing is gonna break. Alright, let's use this. Oh my god! That was stupid. That was honestly stupid. Oh, and then a whole ass tree fell in your face. Seriously, like, but seriously. An entire fucking tree just fell on me. Okay, so there should be no hands in here now because I scared them off, I guess. Where's here it is, see? There's no hands. Okay. Perfect. What even is this? Oh, cute. Need to go pick up the child? Okay. Enjoy. Can you grab it from inside? You can't grab it from inside either? That's crazy. Okay. So, we got this one. It took a long time, but we got there. Okay, this one's gonna be all the way on the top, right? Examine the fairy lights at the top of builds. Okay, yeah. Alright, solve the block puzzle on B2 so we can go above. Alright, so these three, yeah. Alright, so there's 4 more that we can get in the castle. Ugh. Ugh. My little... Need to go pick up your child. Go pick up your child. Do, 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 do. Boop, ba-da-doo. Okay. Back to what we were doing. Black puzzle on B1. We're on B1. We are on B1. So which one is this? Oh, B2. Oh. Okay, B2. Okay. So, where are we? And can we get to green easily? Because green is right there. Hyrule Castle B2. Perfect. Okay. Library. Have I discovered everywhere in the castle? I think I did. I think I have. To be or not to be? No, it is B2. B2. Alright, but for real? For real? Oh, I'm on 3 now, so I have to go up. Up? Question mark? Okay. So, this is 1. No, I'm not interested. Oh, I see it. Okay. Okay, so... Oh, that's pretty easy if I can just snap it in here. There we go. That one was easy. Hi, Moo! Hi. Back again. Okay, so we got the green one. Okay, so we can delete this one. Alright, so the red one is gonna be above, I think. Moo, how was your day? How are you? Yep, I see it right there. Ooh, that was a crisp shot there. Alright, I see it. It's up there. Cool fish. My day been depression. Same. My day been a big heckin' depression today. Why? I don't know. But it has been. Yay. Everyone say hello. I wish I knew why. Yeah, same. Yeah, hard same. Because not to be like, I'm so sad, but like, you know, I can't just keep destroying friendships by being fucking sad all the time. Hey Paul, how are you? Tried to look at education shit, just like gave up and went to sleep. Yeah, I hear that. Doing fan-freaking-tastic. Love to hear it. Paul, why you doing so good? What's going on in your life that's so great? You got another haircut today? Looking snazzy. Another haircut? Yes. Paul is all about his haircuts. He takes them very seriously. And another one. 300 bread? Let's go. Make that bread. Make that bread. I think I have to go right here and I can't get here. Ugh. I'm sad all the time too, so you can tell me about sad. Yeah, we're just a bunch of saddies. We're just a bunch of baddies with the saddies, okay? We're a bunch of baddies with the saddies. And that's just the way it is. And that's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. Hot girl summer, but make it sad. Sad girl summer. I got that summertime sadness. I got that summertime sadness. I've got that all the time. All the time sadness. No, seriously. I'm going to therapy. I'm trying. I'm trying so hard. It's not working. The serotonin is just not coming. Oh. Guys, this stuff is so good. It's like Gatorade, but better. Because it's got, it's made with coconut water. So it's sweet. So it's got the big sweet. Did it say you have sleep apnea, so treatment for that might make energy level go up? Oh, yeah? You don't like coconut? I can't afford therapy. I can't afford therapy either. But my mom really, really, really wants me to get help, so she's going to help pay for it. If she was not helping pay for it, I would be completely fucked. Sleep apnea. Is that the one where, like, you're not breathing right while you're sleeping? I like coconuts, but not coconut water. See, I'm the opposite. I like coconut water, but like that, like maybe it's just, I don't think I like the dried, like shredded shit that, like, you know, goes in like baked goods and whatever. Like, I don't think I like any of that shit. And I think that's the problem. I don't think that it's necessarily that I don't like coconut. I just don't think I like the fake coconut shit. It's not fake coconut, it's like dried. I don't like that. But I like coconut water. Coconut water is tasty. Yeah, your breathing is obstructed, interrupted in the night, so you micro wake up a lot. Yeah. I see. I understand. You're good healthcare, but like none for you. Yeah, right? I do. I love all this shit. Yeah, like you work in healthcare, but you don't get any healthcare. I work in pharmaceuticals and I don't get pharmaceuticals. Like they don't just give me drugs. You don't even get like a discount on them. Coconut water has a weird texture I don't appreciate. In the nicest way possible? The fuck kind of coconut water are you drinking? It's just water. Discount drugs. Not even like, but like, you know, like I don't even get my employee discount on that shit. That's what I'm saying. Like, how dare you? How dare you take my time and my soul but not give me drugs? Yeah, thinking aloe water with gloobs? Something like that. Because yeah, coconut water's relatively smooth. That's why I'm like, what coconut water are you drinking? Every time I go get my dot physical, they're like, tell us about your sleep apnea. And I'm like, I don't have that. And they're like, we don't believe you, fat ass. Wow. They just straight up are like, no, you must be sick. And you're like, no, I'm fine. And they're like, no, you must be. See, that's why I'm like nervous to go see a doctor about this issue that I'm having with my foot. Because I'm gonna go there and they're gonna be like, yeah, because you're 700 pounds, lose some fucking weight and maybe your foot won't hurt. And I'm just gonna sit there and be like, no shit. Like, if it were that simple and I could just like lose weight, then like I would do that. But what part about like it hurts to stand and walk and exist, like, do you not understand? But it's always about weight. It's always about weight. I have texture stuff, but one has a different texture than regular water. Maybe it's thicker. Like maybe it's I could see it. Oh my god. I could see it technically being thicker. Healthcare doesn't care about my autism and depression because they're just like, you're just fat, get a job and stop being lazy. I'm like, I have no drive. I know. Trust me, I know. Like, I keep seeing these videos going around on like TikTok and Instagram and stuff of these like TikTok cleaners that are going to people's houses that are like depressed and like have no, like, you know, haven't cleaned their houses in like months and stuff. And it's just like, oh my god, like if this, like, I'm not that bad. Like, I am not that bad. And like, she would never give me the time of day. But if somebody could come in and just like help me, like, do it. Like, help me clean, help me do my laundry, help me like just get everything done. I won't feel so like so overwhelmed. And like, it'll be easier for me to maintain it. And like, that'll be a huge weight off my back. That'll make me feel so much better in so many different ways. Like, there's so much like in my like messiness that is like tied to like my depression and stuff. And it's like, if I could just have help, it would be like a life changer. I can't get it done. I just look at it. I know, I can't either. Like, I literally, like, I've got laundry that like hasn't been done in months, and I'm just like, I don't have the drive. Like, I can't sit down and do it. I can't force myself to do it. I don't have the motivation, the drive, like the energy, like all of it. And I'm like, these like in a selfish way, that shit would change my life. And having one of those like ladies come in and help me and like, you know, like, it would change my life and it would be such a huge weight off my shoulders. But like, there's so many people who are worse off than me that these people aren't even gonna like, they're not even gonna give me the time of day. Like, I could be like, look at my house, look at my room, and they'd be like, just fucking clean it. You know, like, the people who do this for a living would be like, just fucking clean it. Okay, so apparently there's an armor here, and a Korok here. And then there's a Korok right here. Yeah, yeah. Like, I just... Like, I need help. Like, there's no cookie cutter way to say it. Like, I need help. Like, I legitimately need help. Like, just getting ahead of it all, you know? But they are not going to do it for me. They're not going to do it for me. Okay. So on the bridge... A lot of people don't understand. People with issues like that are sometimes like not super bad. Yeah. First try. That was easy. Yeah, plus, like, there's only, like... So, I've seen one in Canada and one in, like... I think she's in, like, Germany or Switzerland or something. Like, I haven't seen a single one from America that, like, does, like... That does, like, the ones that are, like, volunteer, you know? Or that you, like, write to them and they choose you or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna go in this tower. Wonder if this is one. Nope, it's too tall. Yeah, Finnish. Yes. That's, I couldn't remember. I thought she was Swedish. I couldn't remember. Yeah. Yeah, Ori Katrina is one of the ones that I watch. She's crazy good. Like, she's insane. So, there's supposed to be a chest here? But, like, where on earth would there be a chest? I can't move. I'm stuck. Literally stuck. There we go. She's doing well. She's so sweet, too. Like, she has no judgment. I know, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a girl from, I think it's called, she's called, like, not... Okay, so it's either, like, not the best cleaner or not the worst cleaner. It's like one of the two, like one of those. I want to say it's like not the worst cleaner. And she does it too, but she's in Canada. And she like posts stuff about like, you know, the pro bono work she does and everything. What? On the east tower, on the gate, the roof is broken. Inside the roof is a rock. I just want to restart. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling too. Like, if I could just have somebody help me just, like, do it and get it done, like, it'll be so much easier to keep it up. I just can't get there. I just need help getting there. I have no dishwasher or washing machine, so I just don't do it. Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of, like, paper plates, paper this, paper that, you know? Okay, what are we at now? 68.5. Okay. Alright, so... Wow, how did I miss that? There's always one in the fountain. How did I miss it? This one here. There's one right here. Wow, there's so many in Hyrule Castletown that I don't have. There's the water reservoir right here. There's just one here. It's closer to like here. Okay. So there's that, there's that. And then, wow, there's one over in the moat too, over here. Wait, what? Oh yeah, here. Okay. I like, my eyes like couldn't see it for a second. Okay. So, closest to us is, let's go this red one first. Because there's like a door right here that I'm not sure I've been. I remember when I told you ages ago there's no shame in paper plates because, like, we eat and then there's no dishes. Yeah, exactly. I'm all about it now. I'm all about it now. I'm all about, like, not making my life more difficult than it needs to be. It's already difficult. How come this doesn't mark this? Like, this doesn't mark this as an entrance. We have a lady who comes in sometimes to help out with Wifelin, and I try to clean when I get home on weekends. That's nice that you do that. Like, my mom has, like, offered. She's like, I'll, like, come up there and I'll, like, you know, help you. And it's like, yeah, but the problem is that, like, my mom is, like, so judgmental. So, like, she'll find anything. Like, she'll find, like, like, a dirty dish that somehow I forgot about. Or, like, you know, like a sock that has, like, dog pee on it. And she'll be like, oh my god, how do I don't understand how you live like this. And I'm like, that's, like... That's literally, like, not even that bad in, like, the giant spectrum of people who, like, are suffering. So I'm like, I don't want her to help me because I don't want the judgment. Little crumb of dopamine I get from putting the paper plates in the bin and seeing some deck space instead of full sink. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm all for it. So then we're going to dark blue. Why is it raining so freaking much in this game right now? Like, I know it rains in this game, but this is excessive right now. Excessive and annoying. Okay, so... Oh, look, there's a puzzle right here. Easy! Where is puzzle pieces, please? Oh. Oh. Easy. Wait, yeah, easy. Wait, how do I... This what? No. This... No. Please stop. Thank you. Click. This is the hardest part, is getting them to click into place. There we go. I do almost anything for Wifelin, and it's not like she doesn't have to see me break down too. Honestly, it's easier for me to help her than to do stuff for me. Yeah, I saw... So there's a... Holistic Psych is what her name is. I follow her on Twitter, and she posted something the other day about people who, like are more concerned with, like, the needs of others over themselves and stuff, and it's like, that's me to a T, and, like, I feel like that's Franklin, too. Like, I would just rather do for others and, like, make sure that everyone in my life, like, has everything that they need and is happy than to do anything for myself. Like, I will give anybody my last penny and I will starve for 2 weeks while I'm waiting for my next paycheck, you know? I like her very much more than I like me. I like literally... Well, not anybody. Like, I don't like hateful people, but I pretty much like anybody over me, and that's why I will prioritize anybody's well-being over my own. It's not gonna real. This is real, not gonna lie. Helping people you love is so much easier. Like, why can't I love myself like that? I know. It'd be so easy. The opportunities I'd have in life if I gave a crap about myself. Like, I'd probably be married with, like, a beautiful family and all that stuff. But I'm depressed and alone, and I push everybody away who gets close to me because I feel like I don't deserve to be loved and blah, 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 blah. The same shit everybody's always heard 100 times. The same stuff everyone's heard 100 times and nobody wants to hear again. What's closest? Blue. So Sweet wants to help, but I feel like I'm taking advantage. I don't necessarily feel like I'm taking advantage if my mom wants to help. Like, she gets joy out of it, like, whatever. But, like, I just feel like she wants to help, but, like, she can't let go of the judgment and help at the same time. And I'm like, that's what I need from you, though. You know? Oh, here it is. This is what I'm supposed to do. I'm gonna love you anyway. Good luck stopping me. Thank you, Franklin. That's very nice of you to say. That's really, like, that's really nice of you to say. And now I try not to cry for the next 5 minutes. My mom doesn't judge at all. She's trying to offer money and help and love. Yeah, for me, it's a lot of shame when my mom, like, has to offer help with things like that. Like, there's a lot of shame. But to be fair, and I'm not blaming her, I'm just saying, to be fair, I did give up literally everything to move out here and be with her and help her start her life, you know, over after her divorce. And in doing so, like, also had to restart my life. So, like, it's only fair that she helps when I'm in a place where I can't help myself. I can't find the drive to use those things to progress with anything, so I feel like her help goes to waste. Yeah, that I understand. That I understand, because, like, if my mom helps me pay for therapy and then, like, therapy doesn't work and I'm still exactly as shitty as I was before, like, I'm gonna feel bad. Oh. My dad's the judgmental one? Yeah, my dad. Oh, yeah. Talk about judgmental. I'm going to take, like, a little 5-minute break real quick. And I'm gonna run to the bathroom and fill my water bottle up. So I'll be back in just a couple mins. Just a couple min-or-doos. Okay. Eat your cold noodles. Gloom. There's a gloom in the chat. Eat your cold noodles, moo. Right, we're at 68.82. So if we can get 69.69, that'd be so good, right? Right? Alright, let's look. Alright, so I got this one. Boop-a-doo. So I got this one. And I got this one. Alright, so there's one here. Easy. There's one there. Oh, I got that one already. Oh, I need the Zonai pieces. Are those in the sky? I think those are in the sky. Yeah, let's look in the sky real quick. I think the Zonai pieces are in the sky. Alright, what's this? Stop. Zonite helm, I have. Okay. What's this? Zonite shin guards. Okay. Activate the dragon ring on the lowest island. This powers the launching can skip up to the top island. Move the floating hover platform out of the way. Launch a large rock in the hole. Now go in the room, move the big weight. 3 big wheels can do the trick. You use the ascend to exit the globe or simply stand in the circle exit the weight mechanism and climb down to the island's bottom level. This one? You're telling me this one? Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's see if we can find it. Hi, Tatiana. How are you? Welcome in. How's the day? Alright, so where's the ball? Right there. Okay. Okay. So, one of these. 2 of these. Then we make our little doodad here. Tatiana, how was your day? Just got home from work. Very nice. Very nice. Did you have a nice day at work? It was a very Thursday for me. Hey, Name Twin, how you feeling? I saw your tweet. Good. We're vibing out, Korok hunting, getting some last of my my armor pieces and stuff. You know, I beat the game last week. I did all my light routes. I did all my shrines. As much as I would like to go for 100%, I don't really feel like grinding out 1,000 Koroks. As much as I love this game, I just feel like there's so much more content to be had, you know? But I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm a little burnt out, but I'm okay. You know, I'm okay. We're good. We're good. Alright, do I stand on this? How do I make this move? How do I make this move? This feels like... Probably will 100% Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, no, I will 100% it, but not on stream. Not on stream. There's just too much content out there to be had right now, you know? Okay, hold on. Enter the Dragon Ring on the lowest island. This powers the launching cannon. Skip up to the top island. Move the floating hover platform out of the way and launch a large block. Okay. Into the hole on the island. It could land in the activation platform. Okay. If not, go into the room and move the weight onto the platform. Oh, the weight of 3 large wheels will do the trick. Okay. Thank you for the lurk. Korok with your cock out. I know, right? Amazing. Okay. So, that spins, right? Okay, now. to get down is... Oh, it's already down now. I have to wait. See, it's right there. I have to wait now. Wait, why do I feel like it's not spinning properly? Wait, do you have to do something to make it spin a certain way? Wait, can I, like, just ascend out of here? No. Yeah? I could in that weird angle right there? That's so weird. It'll let me do it for like a second. Okay. Sure. Exit. Okay. Spinning. Where is the hole? Because the hole is going to be below. I think it's right here. Shit, shit, shit. Okay, let's go back again. If you take to Australia, it spins the other way. I need it to spin the other way, that's the problem. It doesn't look like it's spinning. Because it probably despawned my frickin' whatchamacallits. Despawned my wheels. There's a Korok right here. It's okay, because I need to go over here anyway. Perfect. Twink. What? Are you for reals right now with that? I mean, I'm gonna do it, but... I think we're good. There we go. I hate falling on those things. I honestly, they make me so nervous for like a second. As I like hover over them, I'm always like, ugh. Okay, so then we have to bounce this one. Where? Up to where? To that, maybe to that? You can relax, Mr. Robot Man. Wait, is that another Korok? Wait, another one or the same one? The same one. Okay, so this to there, to there. Oh, I should have gone there. Alright, hold on, let's go back. Okay, so... This goes over here. Perfect. Okay. This way. Alright, so here's where the thing is, right here. Oof. Boost. Boost me. Alright, this is terrifying because it's like spinning as I'm trying to get in here. Shit. That's okay. This is much easier. Okay. Okay, much easier. A nice sideways climb while the rest of the world is spinning. Makes me want to throw up. It's fine. Okay. Got it. Oh my god, that took so long. Zonite shin guards. Okay. Wearing them is making the magnetic creators, improving efficiency for zonite devices. Yeah, but they're ugly. Like, look at this. The whole zonite set is ugly. Like, look at this headpiece. Where is it? Look at this headpiece. Come on. It's so ugly. Alright, where's the next piece? Alright, check. Check that bitch off, because that's a pain in the ass. Zora helm? I have that. Oh, so it's gonna be in the other rotating thing, isn't it? Zonite waist guard. Use water on lava to harden and ascend into the pillar. What? Here? Use water on lava to harden and ascend into the pillar. Sure, those are all words, I suppose, aren't they? Alright, so where is lava? There's lava. Ascend the pillar. Here? I don't know. I'm totally guessing. That's it? Okay. Easy. Zonite waist guard. Let's go. Look at it. That is not a good looking outfit. It's not a good look. Alright, what else are we missing? Are we missing anything else? We have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4 of each, one of each of those, 3 of those, 2 of those, 3 of those, 3 of those, 1 of that, that's it, 3 of those, 3 of those, 3, 3, 3. Actually, I have 2 of those because I got one from an amiibo for whatever reason. 3 of those, and then the hero's aspect. Okay. What's our percentage at now? 68.86. Why are you doing this to me? Alright, so there are... Wow, there's a lot of Koroks. There's a Korok on each of these thingies here. Here. There's one here. And then there's one, like, on the very top, I guess? How do I get out of here? Okay. Ooh. Queened. Alright. Oh yeah. I forgot that whole entire thing there. Meaning the lasers. The freaking lasers. That was hard. That was hard to glide down with those lasers. Not gonna lie. Blood moon. Blood moon. Give me 10k moons for a second. Do you really, 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 really want Sadie to have a VIP? Like, more than anything? Because I might know somebody who might be able to make that happen. You'll get there. You'll get to 10k in no time. You'll get there in no time. Wonder what's the best way to, like, get over to some of these things. Like, honestly, I'm trying to think. Trying to think. Lollipop escaped. Okay, there's a Korok here somewhere. Where? Where is it? Where is it? Show yourself. Show yourself, little Korok boy. No, for real. Where is Korok? Beanie, beanie, beanie. Rain! It's raining raiders! That's such a freaking cute raid message. Oh my gosh, what are you playing? Oh, Blasphemous! How are you liking that? How are you liking that? My secret skill. Hello, hi, Mafia. Hi, welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for the raid. If you are trying to avoid Tears of the Kingdom spoilers, do not worry whatsoever because I'm done with the game. We are literally Korok hunting. We're chilling. We're Korok hunting. We're doing all the vibes. You're not gonna get any spoilers. Well, maybe this armor's kind of a spoiler. Hold on. Let me put something else on just for a second. But other than the armor you just saw for a second, there's no spoilers going on. I've already beaten the game. We are working towards 100%. We are at 68.86 out of 100%. So we're just chilling, vibing. After tonight, we actually will be retiring Tears of the Kingdom, and the rest of the 700 Koroks or whatever I have left to find, I will be doing off stream. And we will be diving into Subnautica next week. And I said diving into Subnautica, and that was unintentionally a pun, but we're gonna go with it. So if that's something you're into, that is what we're playing next week. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for being here. If you do not know who I am, hello, hi, welcome. My name is Krista, or Pinksel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer. I play a little bit of everything, ranging from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to show whenever we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace maybe you want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, just kind of see what we're about. I kind of like to think of it as like a little movie trailer that you get to see before you see the main show. So I will see you guys in just a moment, and I hope you enjoy. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? They can't know we're like this until they're here. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. This is what heroes look like. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Why did you hold it like that? Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't! I just looked down and I could see it!
Look at that donk.
Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? What have I done? Are you pooping? I can't stream in these conditions. I have poopies for you. That won't and can't go wrong. Don't give me that baby. Oh my gosh, my mind. He's still rolling.
Yeet.
No. I was already out. That was for the smell.
I'm trying to make the poop.
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors.
I keep finding these boners. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
Oh my
hot dogs! What is happening?
Whoa.
There's a deep rib.
What is this?
Deep rib.
Home. We home. Name every year in the 80s. I couldn't make this up if I tried. I don't want to fight in the poo. Where would Klefki's butthole be? You know, like these are the important questions. How do I know so much of Umbop? You did not just Umbop me.
Oh, we can play Jenga?
Yeah, I could play Shenga. Shenga?
But
Go, bees!
I just want to be beautiful like her. Is it working?
I am Cat, I can help you! He's totally dead, he's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. What did?
Oh, I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You could go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
You're like, yeah. Then you're like, yeah.
Rain, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you, and I'm so glad that you had a good stream. You beat Blasphemous. So how are you feeling? How are you feeling now that you've beaten it? What is your judgment? Your judgment, past judgment of the game. Hi Aya, welcome in. Yeah, I still to this day don't know how I know so much of Umbop. I was not a Hanson fan, so I'm really not sure how I happen to know as many lyrics to the song Umbop as I do. Alright, wait, did I solve this? No, I didn't solve this. Wait, where is it? There's a Korok somewhere here. The combat was very satisfying. Nice. Nice, that's the best. Satisfying? Satisfying is such a good answer to like, how was the game? How was the game you played? Satisfying. It's such a good answer. All right, I don't see this. For this pillar, there's another one. There's a Korok platform. You need to reach this one in time. So where is it? Is it on this one? Oh, I see it. I see it right there. Okay. Okay. All Metroidvanias are still other endings to get and more game to play. Gonna continue getting 100% till tomorrow. You are stronger than myself. As I was saying, this is the last day that we are playing Tears of the Kingdom. Not forever. Not forever. I will probably do another challenge run of this game eventually, but for now, we're gonna retire Tears of the Kingdom after tonight. I went really hard with this game. I streamed more hours than I think I have ever streamed in the past like month and a half because I've been playing this game. I think it's time. I think it's time to play something else, even if it's just even if it's just for a little bit. I think it's time to play something else, which will be good for me because I went hard. I went hard on Zelda. What are we moving on to? We are moving on to my first playthrough of Subnautica, and let me explain that. Last summer, I started Subnautica, and I was obsessed. I loved it. It was so much fun. I loved Subnautica. And then Game Pass took it off. And I wasn't finished. So I never finished Subnautica because Game Pass removed it before I had the chance. So I bought it on Steam. So we are restarting Subnautica for my second My second first playthrough of Subnautica. And I'm really excited because I loved it and I was really, really, really upset. Not for any other reason. Is there supposed to be another reason that I don't know of? Wait, you have to DM me then, because I don't know if there's another reason that I don't know of. Is seeing a big tick in place? Really? Oh, because of that submersible? No, 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 no. Honestly, honest to God, genuinely, honestly, I was devastated when they took it off Game Pass and I didn't get to finish it. And I just bought it on Steam. I just bought it on Steam. No. Oh, that's kind of fucked up now that I think about it. But no, honestly, I've just been honestly wanting to finish it for like a year now because I didn't get the chance to. That's so funny. I didn't even think of that. Maybe it's in poor taste. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's in poor taste. But no, honestly, I just... It was stolen from me prematurely. And, I just really never... I never got to finish it. That's so funny. Oh my god. Why are people such a-holes? Myself included, because I'm playing it. Don't think it's in poor taste. You might get viewers coming because of that specifically. Oh no. And it's funny because of like how much I hate Leonardo DiCaprio. So people like to make Titanic jokes in my chat. And I'm always like, fuck the Titanic. But it's mostly because of Leo, not because of that. What happened? Wait, are you joking? Or do you really not know what happened with the whole Titanic thing? Oh my god, I hate Leo. People think I am like out of my mind. I hate Leonardo DiCaprio. Oh, that? Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say, there's no way you don't know about that. What? I totally hit paraglider, but okay. This one's gonna go all the way up here, watch. It's very predictable. Oh, thank God, yeah. I was like, there's no way. Like, I know that you, like, spend a lot of time in a truck, but there's no way you haven't heard. Yep, yep. Alright, so now I have to get... I have to get all the way up top? How do you even do that? I went on a walk today and I was accosted by a sausage dog. It was delightful. A sausage dog. Not a dachshund. A sausage dog. I mean, accurate, but it's still funny. Those damn sausage dogs. No, for real. Little dogs? And I have two. I have two little dogs. Little dogs are little shits. They really are. They're so feisty all the time. Cracks me up. Wait, how do you get up from here? No, there's no way I can reach that. Yeah, see, there's no way. How... Alright, we're building our way up. Why did I drop that? The answer is I don't know what I'm doing. That's why. Okay. Whew, let's go to the top of this thing here. I want a wiener dog, but my big dog needs a little older and calmer first. What kind of dog do you have? Speaking of Pink's love for Leo, when is he gonna be king of Jared Leto's world? I know, I was supposed to do it last weekend, and then like Nobody has like, we have, I think maybe we should do it in Discord. Because like, I feel like I want people to be able to like participate, and I don't want it to be restricted to like a stream, you know, because it's just so hard. It's so freaking hard to arrange like community stuff. Maybe we'll do it on my anniversary stream, because that way I know that there will be people here. Maybe we'll do it for one of like the late night activities on my anniversary stream. A Pixel After Dark fanfic. That's what we'll do. That sounds like a plan for me. That sounds like a plan. We'll do that. That'll be a Pixel After Dark kind of thing where it's like a late night. Everyone's feeling kind of frisky. She's a 50-50 German Shepherd Black. Oh, I bet she's so pretty. Floppy ears and 80. She's like 80 pounds. Holy big girl. Alright, so there's still a girl. Pixel After Dark, yeah. We'll find. Well, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. That sounds like a really fun plan, actually. A little late night frisky stream. We'll have some drinkies. Some drinkies. I have to think of some incentives for that. Drinkies, maybe a couple drinkies, maybe just a few. Maybe just a few. Alright, so this one's done. 68 point. We're so close to 69, chat. We're so close. May I ask if you got the Korok mask? Yes. I had to think for a second. Yes. I did. Okay, so let's look. Alright, so there's a Korok on this island here. Wait, where's my thing? Is my thing still below? Help me, Edward. A woman was mean to me on Twitter, and now your love is the only thing that can unbreak my heart. Breaking my heart with these lies, Franklin. These lies that you're telling about Jared Leto. Alright, which one am I going for? Purple. One day I'm gonna log into Twitter and I'm gonna go check and see. Oh, Jared, what are you up to lately? Anything good? Any new music coming out? And I'm gonna have been blocked. I was just curious. No problem, Tatiana. No problem. I don't know if you heard, but after today's the last stream on... last time on stream that we're playing Tears of the Kingdom. After today, we are moving on to another game. So we're just kind of hanging out, getting as much done as we can, but I'm not really putting a ton of pressure on, you know? I did read, okay. I also had mentioned it at the beginning of stream, so I just didn't know. I try not to repeat myself too much, because I don't want to be annoying, but... Oh my gosh. Wait, is this supposed to be lower? Or is this supposed to be higher? I bet it's lower, isn't it? I can't see. Yeah, because there's nothing above me right now. Alright, so we're going down. Yeah, I try not to repeat myself like a ton while I'm live, so that the people who have been in stream for you know, a good chunk of stream aren't inundated with the same information multiple times, but like that's kind of the only way to let people know what's going on, you know? Oh, I see it. I see the solution to the puzzle already. I see it already. Ooh, is that a radish? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what a drop. That's so funny. Oh my god, hold on. Alas, dear Jared Leto, I am entirely impotent and thus relegated to cuckoldry for all time. Fear not, though, Jared Leto, my dear love. Leonardo DiCaprio is here to become king of your world. Aloft the wings of a dragonite. Wow, so this really is just about trolling me. This isn't about creating a beautiful... This isn't about creating a beautiful love story. I see. I understand now. I understand now. This is to make a mockery of me. Kidding. I never know if people, like, are in audio only, so I feel like I have to, like, say things out loud after I've, like, made the faces. Because I'm like, wait, what if they can't see my face that I just made? Like... Also, Twitch sucks, and sometimes it, like, buffers or gets pixely, so sometimes you can't see my stupid face anyway. Alright. Are we at 69% now? We're at 69%! We're at 69.2. Can we get to 69.69, or will it go over, is my question. Alright, so hold on a second. Why are you, like, in my way? It is, it's on this one. Okay, so on this little island here is one. Where else? There's two on Thunderhead. I'm afraid to go too high, because if I go too high, it'll go over. Well, this won't, like, one won't go over for sure. But we got our 69%. We got to 69%. I know, I want it, but I don't think it'll split that way. Like, I really, really don't think it'll split to a 69.69. Like, I want to try for it, but I'll be so sad if we go over. Alright, we're going purple. Like, that, what a way to, like, retire this game. Like, I retired my Tears of the Kingdom playthrough at 69.69% completion. Like, come on. Come on. Alright, so this isn't gonna be a fall. Easy. Alright, so what we were at 0.08, right? So what does that put us at? No. 0.02? Is it, so if it's a 0.3, we could make it work. If it's a 0.4, it won't work. I just can't remember if we were 6902 or if we were 6903. Alright, let's get one more. Let's get one more and we'll be able to figure out the math. Alright, what's another one? Alright, so... Here. There's two here. Alright, so there's one on this island here. And there's one... 69.06 now? Yeah, 6906. So I think it was 6... I Can't remember if it was 02 or 04. 02 or 03. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get one. Marking it down in case we forget. Yes, 6906. If it's gonna go, if it goes to 69.09, it will work. It will work, and we'll have to get 10 more Koroks after that. No, 30 more Koroks after that. I can math. Shut up. Shut up, I can do math. Okay. Math are hard. Maths is the hardest. Who wants to do math? Nobody. What? There's supposed to be a Korok here. Son of a... Son of a... Climb onto the circle hanging from the side of... Oh. Oh, I see it. Okay. I forgot these ones are a thing now. I forgot these are a thing. Alright. Alright, ready? Oh, I hope it's 0.3. I really hope it's 0.3. No, it's 0.4 because it went to 10. So it's in increments of 4, so we wouldn't be able to get to 69. Bummer. What a bummer. That would have been so good. That would have been like such a good... That would have been so perfect to end on. I'm almost like annoyed that it's not. This has ruined my entire life, Aya. This has ruined my entire life. There's just no point in living anymore. Just no point in living anymore. What's the point if we can't get to 6969? Alright guys, wrap it up. We can go home now. I mean, it is almost 10. This could be the final one. Alright, let's find this Korok. Is this another one that's like on the side, like a weirdo? Oh, is this one of the ones that have to go underneath it? Hold on. Let's see. Because there's like underneath ones now that are like a whole thing. It's not. Awesome, I just screwed myself over. Interesting. So... it's hard to see, like, on the sides and stuff. To see if you need to be going anywhere. Wait, is this the right one? Oh no, it's this one ahead of me. It's that one right there. Okay, but I still don't see. I'm like trying to like look around like I can see around corners and stuff. I can't see. I can't see. Is it in this tree? Oh, hopefully it's in this tree. Oh, this rock. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah! Okay. Yep, yep. Okay. That's 0.4. Oh, my nose. So how close can we get? Alright, so there's 2 on Thunderhead. And I didn't get either of them. Okay. Alright, so there's one right here. And then... Oh, a Graveler? Okay. Hold on. And then, where's the other one? Over... here. Okay. Let's go this one first. Did I say Thunderhead? It's definitely Dragonhead, and I'm stupid. Yes, dog. Tear open that toy, filling more stuffing on my floor. Not like I just cleaned it up. Seriously, my dog, like, I feel like she pees on the floor in front of my face on purpose. Like, I will, like, look at her, and I'm like, don't do that, Gigi. And she'll, like, lift her leg up and, like, look me dead in the eyes while she's, like, peeing. And, like, sometimes I will be cleaning up her pee, and she will still pee. And I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. Like, how do you have more pee? How to change the words to that Wings of a Dove song? 6966 or 69... We should get 6966. That'll be, like, funnier, because it's, like, almost... It's, like, almost 666. But not. That J is fancy. A tragedy. Okay, this one's done. Easy. I hate these dumb ostriches. The evil ostriches, it, like, honestly, I'm so afraid that one day one of these ostriches are gonna yeet me, like, off an entire sky island. Because the ragdoll in this game, for whatever reason, is ridiculous. And you ragdoll so hard. Alright. How do I... Beginning island immediately. Hilarious. Absolutely fucking hilarious. Whoa! The big radish. Don't do it. Don't you do it while I pick this flower. I see you. I see you. Run away. Run away. Alright. Is there... Wait, there's a statue here? Inside, right? It's gotta be. Came out of nowhere. They do. They really do. It's kind of hysterical, actually. Yes, there it is. I knew it. I knew it. Alright, what does this do? Nothing! It does nothing. Ooh. Where'd you come from, sir? I'd canoe it too. Put it in. A bit excessive, but fine. I love it. Oh Lord, they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming. I have played Twilight Princess. It's one of my favorite Zelda games. Have you played it, Tatiana? I have been begging Nintendo to do an HD remake of Twilight Princess because it's so good. So good. But alas, they will never give it to us. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's free money. Nintendo, listen to me. It's literally free money. I'm telling you right now, it's free money. People will give you money if you give us Twilight Princess. The years start coming and they truly do not stop coming. They just never stop. It's true. I wish they told me that before it was too late. I don't know what would have changed, but... Yes, on GameCube and Wii as well, more than once. I have played... I've played it all the way through once. And I think I started it a second time. I think. But I played it on Wii the first time. And Wii U. Wii U the second time. Oh, shoot. It's above? Okay. They're like Jared Leto and Leonardo DiCaprio in a hat. No, in that way? No, get out of here. Why are you doing this to me, Franklin? Why are you bullying me? I feel very attacked right now. The music up here is so interesting. Oh wow, every single shield I have is... Okay, cool. Is zappable. I really, really, really want them to release Twilight Princess. Like, I mean, I guess, like, it would be acceptable. It wouldn't be preferable, but it would be acceptable if they did, like the digital console, like how they have the N64 now. Like, if they did, like Wii. Like, if they did, like, the Wii digital console, and then increased the price of Nintendo Online again, like, I could understand that. I don't want that, but, like, that would be, like, an okay alternative. This way we can see his back muscles, I know. Honestly, I love him. Like, I am not... Like, when I say fictional characters, like... movies and stuff where there's a physical actor that's like portraying it, like that's one thing, because like yeah, like you can think a character's hot, but I have never been like oh my god, this animated character is so hot. Like I've never been that kind of person, but straight up, like I love Link. Like I think Link is like Link is like the perfect man. He will like defend his woman until like his death. Like, seriously. There's no way this fucker literally didn't notice. I love him, and I've read a lot of fanfiction. I have not. Come on, this fly is killing me. I want to die. Literally want to die. Ooh. Interesting that I haven't gotten that one. And I haven't defeated this Flux Construct either, apparently. Oh, you son of a... Oh, you son of a... He's a quick one with the shifting here. Alright, I'm gonna get electrocuted for sure, but we're gonna use this, whatever. And maybe an odd number? Oh, after this? Yeah, maybe. We'll see, we'll see. We'll see if we can finagle it. We'll see if, like, Maybe there's a place I can discover or something. Okay, got him. Alright, I got him. Okay. Alright, let's see. 22. Some bitch. Alright, hold on. We'll find something. We'll find something. Alright. Alright, so... What is odd? Alright, is like discovering a location an odd one? Like, is there any place on the map that I haven't gone to yet that I can discover a location? Like, let's look. Alright, I think I've been everywhere here. Alright, let's see. Hold on. How do I do the toggle? Y. Here we go. Okay. So. I haven't been, like, in here. Hero's Path is always a mess. Seriously, it is. Wait, Jared Leto. I, Link, am also in love with Leonardo DiCaprio, and I will fight you to the death for taking his Dragonite-born sexual love. Why? Why are you doing this to me, Franklin? Oh, I haven't been over here. Alright, let me try. Alright, let's, like, zoom in. Is there anything of any note anywhere that we can, like... Oh, like, what's this? This might be something. This might be a named location of some sort. I don't know. Yeah, see, I think I just need to find maybe a named location might make it an odd number. We just need for it to be an odd number and then we can figure it out. All right, let's try this. I don't know if this will be anything, but let's try. DJ! What's up? How are you? Welcome in. Good to see you, as always. 69, nice. I know. We're trying to get to 69.69, but I don't think it'll work. I think it's only going to be even numbers. We're trying. So, DJ, I don't know if you saw in the Discord or not, but tonight is the last night of Zelda before we move on to a new game next week. So, yeah, so we're just playing some Zelda tonight. What, DJ? Tell me. Tell me all the things. Did you ace your tests? I'm anxious. I'm so excited to see. Oh my god, this fly still. Your tests are over? Just an exam left? Let's go. How does it feel, DJ? How does it feel? How does it feel? 4 tests in 2 days? I'm so dead, but you're gonna feel so good. You're gonna feel so good. Wait, oh, am I supposed to be going to blue? I'm supposed to be going to blue. I'm so dumb. But then after DJ, then summer vacay, right? Then you're on summer vacation, right? Winter vacation? Oh, yes. Yes, for you, winter. For you, it is winter. Alright, so there's something in here. Hello? Toys is she gonna be scary? Everyone's sealing good? No. Oh my god, he just kicked all of the sand seals out. My toys! Let me help. I'll pay you. Okay. If they're not all the way in? Okay. A 20 rupee deposit? Wait, I have to time it? Oh my gosh, you're really gonna time me? There's no way. I'm gonna use my thing. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, this is gonna be so dumb. Oh no, I hit the button. Oh no, I hit the button. No way! You can't stack them like that. This is literally the dumbest thing I think I've ever experienced in my life. The fact that these things fall out like this is so stupid. Okay, 9. I have 12 seconds! Ah! Wait, where's one? I'm not gonna do it. Oh my god, grab it, grab it, grab it! Nope, I'm not gonna make it. Nope. I wasted too much time sticking them together. I wasted too much time sticking them all together. This isn't... I know. I know. I gotta pick up what's left. Leave you alone? Wow, you're kind of a bitch. You're kind of a bitch. If you didn't time me, I would have still picked up your shit. Now I'm gonna fuse one of your little fucking plushies to my sword because you're a bitch. Ah, give it to me. I guess I'm not. Well, I guess not. I was gonna steal one, but I guess not. Maybe I should let you buy one? I don't want to buy one. I just want one. Alright, am I gonna scare her again? See? Look at, she's gonna get fuck! I'm leaving her. I'm leaving her this time. Pick up your own shit. Nope. Pick up your own shit. Nope, I won't do it. Pick up your own shit. Not my fault. Not my fault. Come back and it's horse. No, she's a bitch. Look, if okay, so if I stand in front of you this time, does it not scare you? I'm literally in front of you! I'm not helping you. This lady is ridiculous. She's absolutely ridiculous. I'm not helping you. No. 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 Not helping. This is stupid. This is the stupidest thing ever. I'm literally standing in front of her and she's like, oh, I'm so scared. Why is it doing that? Because it's stupid. It's dumb. Alright, let me read Franklin's novel here. And so it came to pass that Jared Leto and Link from the Zelda games totally killed each other over their shared sexual love of Leonardo DiCaprio, and then Dragonite ate their bodies, and later pooped them out, as Leonardo DiCaprio seduced both Bella and Zelda, since the only other guy around was Edward, and he's a total cuckold, and Leonardo was way into it, because the two were teenagers, and he's a creepy piece of shit. All because of Jared Leto's broken heart from when a lady on Twitter was really mean to him. And there you have it. There's the saga of Jared Leto. What is going on over there? Aw, they're on a little ride. Do the sign guys count towards anything? Like, I feel like I don't want to run around in circles, like, just, like, looking for something. A romantic carriage ride? I know. A magic carpet ride. I did all the work. Wow, you are a woman. Getting somewhere high up. Okay. Sabak. Alright, let's get this. How did I not get this? For reals? There's a chest down in the depths I didn't get. She got ass and thighs. She got biddies for sure. Leah's a good actor from what I've heard. He's creepy. JJ, how dare you say... How dare you say those things in my presence? Jared Leto is a so-so actor, but heavily creepy. JJ! JJ, why are you saying these things? Baby got potty like a dump truck. But. Run. He offers like $1,000 packages for private island and acts like a cult. Oh, I know, JJ. Oh, I know. But I still like him. I am an ex 30 Seconds to Mars junkie, groupie, whatever you want to call it. I know all about that. I know all about that. No, I don't want to go anymore. 10 years ago, for sure. Now, not so much. I'm being, like, completely honest, so. Cap of the Sky! Is this a duplicate? Probably. I do. I have duplicates now. I have 2 Caps of the Sky and I have 2 Cap of the Winds. Stupid. By the way, I forgot to ask last night. Okay. How old is Gigi? She is 15. She'll be 16 in October. Okay, so we got that one. So that's all of those so far. It's pretty amazing. That's an age and a half. Yeah, she's... It's starting to show. It's starting to show. Like, she's definitely, like... You can tell that she's having a hard time, like, concentrating on things. Like, she'll, like, wake up from a nap and, like, doesn't know, like, where she is. Like, it's starting to... It's definitely starting to have an effect on her, for sure. She'd be 13 on the... Luna got to almost 13. She'd be 13 on the 11th of July. But that's a bit... That is... Yeah, 15 is old for Yorkie as well, yeah. $15 is old for a dog in general, but for a Yorkie especially. But see, the thing about Gigi is, like, she doesn't act like she's 15. But then there are times that she'll, like, really, really show her age. But my mom and I make jokes that Gigi is, like, she's just so inconvenient. Like, just in general, like, she's just a giant inconvenience, like, in existence. So we make jokes all the time that, like, she's gonna live forever just because it's gonna be, like, annoying and inconvenient. Like, she's never gonna die just because, like, we're gonna have to take care of her for the rest of eternity. god, it's fucking great. People got chihuahuas that are like 37. Holy shit. If she lives to 37, I'll die. I'm 37. My old girl didn't quite get to 12. She didn't act her age at all. Yeah. Gigi does not act her age. Let me go get her. Well, we're talking about her and I have to wait for this rain to stop. Okay. No, you're so mad I woke you up, but you're so cute. I want to show you off. I want to show you off. She's so pissed I just woke her up. She's my girl. She's my girl, huh? We gotta wait for the rain. We gotta wait for the rain, Gigi. Here, I'll give you the behind the scenes here. She over here. There she is. There she is. My baby. She's so cute, she is. She's so stinking cute. I can't stand it. I can't stand how cute she is. There's a general outline we can use for the fanfiction, which I think should be entitled Nobody Wins Except for Leonardo DiCaprio and Dragonite. Anyway, she got Jared Leto's haircut. She does have a little bit... Well, I just woke her up. So her hair is a little messy. You want a cookie? You want a cookie? Huh? Let's get your cookies down here. No, that's right here. Jackie, do you want a cookie? You can't have this whole thing. Relax. You can't have this whole thing. You have none of your teeth. Relax. Relax. You can't have this whole piece. You can't. Gigi, you can't. Here, look. There you go. There you go. Jackie, here. Oh boy. There you go. Slowly. Okay. Eat slowly, slowly. She's like missing half of her teeth now, and she's like, she's like, ah, give it to me. I'm like, honey, you couldn't chew it even if you tried. I don't think she believes you. She does not believe me. She absolutely does not believe me whatsoever. I have all the teeth? No, you don't. See, you gotta chew. You gotta chew. You ate too fast? You ate too fast, you got hip ups now? Oh, did it turn? I think it turned this one on. I don't know why it's been doing that. When I turn this camera on, the side camera on, it's turning that mic on, and I've turned it off like 20 fucking times. But I use a separate mic. If that was if you weren't asking because of that. I want to figure out why it's doing that. Because I've turned it off. Oh, because you're thinking of getting one? Oh, I was gonna say, because last time I turned the side camera on, it turned the microphone on the side camera on as well. So I got nervous that that OBS was doing that again. So I use the Razer Siren, which, wait, can you see it from this? Yeah, so this is my mic right here. This is my microphone. It's on a mic stand. So it's a Razer Siren, is what it is. I like it. Water? Thank you. Thank you, DJ. I saw that, yes, but I had the dog. This is a, I promise, this is a hydration drink. See? Hydration. It's just not water, but it is hydration. I like it, but it is like 3 years old now, and I don't know. I don't know if my audio issues are my microphone or if it's like OBS or what. Like, I don't know. So I am not going to necessarily recommend it right this very second because I just don't know. I'm gonna believe it. Look it! Look, it literally says hydration drink. Look, see, look. Prime was developed to fill the void where great taste meets function. This bold, thirst-quenching flavors to help you refresh, replenish, and refuel. Prime is the perfect boost for every endeavor. See? Hydration. Hydration. Packaging never lies. Yeah, they don't put things on the package to sell it. That would be bad. All right, so we've got about 15-ish more. It does have coconut water. It does. It's 10% coconut water. Have you had these before? They're really good. They're really, really good. This flavor is, my favorite flavor is the white one. The mega moon, something like that. You can't drink it? Oh no. You can't have coconut water? That's me with almonds. I can't have almonds and there's almond and everything. All right, I really want to get as close to 6969 as we can, but I don't think we can do it. So, because 0.4, yeah, see, no matter what, it's just not going to be an odd number. All right, is there anything I can discover? There has to be something to discover. There has to be. Wow, like look at Hyrule Castle. look at everywhere else is like, oh, look, she's, you know, she went around everywhere. And then there's Hyrule Castle that's literally like glowing up like a beacon. Lungs are short. I used to love body armor, but that's what I drank when I was breastfeeding to increase supply, and then it never stopped. Coconut water makes it worse. Whoa. So Aya drinks coconut water and she just bursts. Now I get to hear Pinky reading about her tweet, driving Jared Leto into the arms of Leonardo DiCaprio and then eventually in the arms of painful death at the hands of Link from Zelda games. How do I access the VOD from this stream later? It will be up. It'll be up. Don't worry, Franklin. You won't miss it. You won't miss a beat. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Should we keep going and like just get as close to 6.9? Or do we just call it 69% and we're happy? I guess we can do some amiibos, can't we? Maybe we can't, because I don't know where I put them. Oh, they're right here. How many primes you had? How many prime today? Just the one? Are you happy? I am happy. I'm very content with my journey through Tears of the Kingdom. I really enjoyed this game a lot, honestly. Like, I really, really enjoyed this game a lot. What is next game? Do you want me to tell you, or do you want it to be a surprise? Ark! Congratulations, Ark. There you go. Enjoy your little diamond. Now you have no points, but worth. Look at you, Ark. Congratulations. Congratulations. What is next game? Okay, next game. I told the story earlier, but I'll tell it again. So we are playing what I am calling my first playthrough of Subnautica. You weren't here last year, but last year I started playing a game called Subnautica, and I was obsessed and I loved Subnautica. Oh, you know Subnautica. Okay, perfect. But they took, Yeah, Subby Naughty. But they took it off Game Pass before I was able to finish it. So I never finished Subnautica. But I ended up buying Subnautica and Below Zero on Steam. So I'm gonna restart because I loved Subnautica. I loved Subby Naughty. I loved Subby Naughty so much. But they took it off Game Pass and I was never able to finish it. So we're gonna start over. We're gonna make a new save file. We're gonna start over, and I'm gonna actually finish Subnautica, and I'm excited. I'm really excited. I think I said the first. I think you did too. I think you did too. You're always important. But the magic was inside you this whole time. I wish I had more VIPs to give out, honestly. Like, there are so many of you who I feel deserve VIP, and I just don't have enough to give out to everybody. So make sure you don't get eaten. Oh, I will definitely get eaten. Happy dance. Yeah, so Sunday will be Subnautica. Tomorrow is a little, tomorrow's a little extra, a little fancy, a little something special. Brosif and I are going to be playing 7 Days to Die, which used to be another big one of my obsessions that I played with somebody else. And yeah, I've been wanting to get back into it. So yeah, so Brosif and I are going to play some 7 Days to Die tomorrow. We're going to have crowd chat integration on, so you guys will be able to mess with us and all that good stuff. So that'll be fun. But I'm excited. Friday next week if my brother's not studying, you're playing Subnautica? Oh, that's exciting, DJ. I don't think I did. I should put a Subnautica channel in Discord. I'll do that. I'll do that right now. Do that literally right now before I forget. Wait, don't I have one? No, I don't. See if these TUV. Okay, so it's gonna be here. So wow, I cannot type. Okay, so that goes here. Yay! Waiting 4 months to play again? Why were you waiting so long? Was there, like, did you not have it, or? I'm excited. I'm really, really excited to get into it again. I'm kind of bummed because, like, what I had on my other one, like, what I had on my Game Pass was, I had such a sweet base. I had, like, 3 bases that would all connect to each other. Like, oh my god, my setup was so sweet. But it's all gone. But it's okay, because we're gonna do it again. Can't, yeah. Good for DJ, you know, have I ever said that I'm so proud of you? I'm so proud of you that you were able to get through school. You hung out with us, but you still did everything you were supposed to do. You studied. You know, I'm so proud of you. You're so smart. And I'm so glad that you were like, nope, I can't play games and study at the same time. And you know, you knew what your priorities were. That's very mature of you. Now you get to do it better. Exactly. Hopefully it'll be better. I hope it'll be better. How far did you get last time? I had just built the prawn suit. So I was like just like about to start like mining in like deep. So I was in like the I'm gonna mess it up. It's like the Toxic River or like whatever. No. So I could mine in the deep, not like, that wasn't like the super deep. I know that there's deeper, even deeper than that. But I had just gotten the prawn suit and I was in like was it like the Toxic River or whatever it was called? I can't remember what it was called, but it was like the green river. The prawn and the tiny sub, going for the big sub. The Lost River? Yeah, I don't remember which one. So you didn't get to meet the big mama yet? If you're talking about like the big, like the not mean Leviathan, I haven't seen it in my game, but like I know of it because I've seen like other people play the game. That fucking river, I know, but that's where I was. So that's where I was. So I had gotten, all right, this is just, you guys know I have, I have goldfish memory, so I'm trying to remember. So I did the thing. This is spoilers for those who haven't seen Subnautica play it, I'm sorry. So I did the thing where the rescue ship comes down and the building turns into a giant gun and blows that up. And then I went to one of the other ruins and found out that I'm infected. And I was supposed to come back with a green card or a purple card, one of the two of them, because there was a door I couldn't open. And then I had built the prawn suit. I built the big sub. I built the big sub, and I died because I didn't realize that I was going too far, like out of bounds, and I got killed by the ghost leviathans. So yeah, so I literally built my sub just to pretty much immediately die and waste all of those resources. So that was a huge inconvenience and a huge bummer. But I love the Big Mama Leviathan. She's the best character. Yeah, I didn't get there in my game, unfortunately, but I want to finish it. And I also got Below Zero as well, which I have not played. I've not played Below Zero at all, so I don't know anything about it. I don't know any differences about it at all. Yep. I did go to the Aurora. Yep, I did the Aurora. The Sunbeam. Yep, and the big alien. Yeah, I did that. Yeah, and then I did the alien base that's like underwater. That's got it's like underwater for a good chunk of it, and then like part of it. Oh, I got two teleporters. I think I connected 2 teleporters, maybe 3. No, 2 teleporters. Yeah, so like I found like the islands. Seamoth, that's the little sub. Cyclops is the big sun, and prawn is, yes, yeah. So I did the prawn's the suit. So I built the prawn, and then the Cyclops. I built the Cyclops. And then, like I said, I didn't realize, because it was literally, I'm not exaggerating when I say, it was my maiden voyage in my Cyclops. And I was trying to like figure out how like the sonar works. And I was like also trying to like make sure that like all of the battery, like, so I was like walking around the sub, like trying to like do everything at once. And I didn't realize that I was going like too far out of bounds, and 2 of the giant ghost leviathans came up from like either side and just wrecked me. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Like, I didn't even have a chance to like move, react, respond, like turn my, like nothing. Like I didn't have a chance to do anything. Like, yeah, big L's. Like I said, it was my maiden voyage of my Cyclops too, so I didn't even get to do anything. I didn't get to go to the deep or anything. Like, it was such a bummer. It was such a bummer. And I don't even know, like, everyone keeps laughing because I'm like, oh, I have to go to the deep, I have to go to the deep. And everyone's like, lol, that's literally not even the deep. And I'm like, yeah, but it's the deepest that I've been. So for me, like, I'm referring to it as deep because, like, that's the deepest I've gone. And then as the further I get will be the deeper. And then it's the deeper, deeper. And then the deeper, deeper, deeper. That's a load save moment for me. I'm very, like, anti doing that. Like, unless it's like a glitch and it's actually not able to be like replicated or whatever, like I don't reload my saves. Like, I'm a big like face the consequences of your actions kind of person. I don't know, that's just me. But yeah, I probably should have. But also, If you haven't noticed, hello, chat, hello, I have a channel point redemption that tells me to save my game because I can never fucking remember how to save my game. Oh my god, the sand shark? Yes, Ark, yes. Remember the sand shark that got stuck in the tunnel and I couldn't get out? And I had to reload that save? Yeah. So there was instances in Subnautica where the game actually, like, I got actually stuck in the game and had to do it. Each time I know I'm going to get myself killed, I set a save. So I am notoriously terrible at remembering to save my game. I have a channel point redemption, and I have a command as well to tell me to save my game, because my entire life, I've always been so bad at remembering to save my games. And I don't know why, because, like, again, there's so many times where, like, I've crashed in Fallout and I've lost 5 hours of building, or, you know, I've lost, like, I've lost too many things too many times to know better. Thank you, Ark. The command is !save. Yeah, it's just save. But I think it's for subs, so you can just use the channel point redemption. I'm just like, it really bums me out, because it'll make me play otherwise. Playing for fun, not for the achievement. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna use all my points. Well, luckily it's only 50 points, so that's not too bad. It's not too bad. Did the little fairy come up? I didn't look. I keep forgetting to check, because it, like, broke for a little while. Something other than hydrate. All right. What else do we got? It's 10:30. I don't really want to end because, like, I'm just, like, enjoying, like, like, hanging out with you guys, and, like, it's, like, bittersweet. I don't want Zelda, I don't want Zelda to be over, but it's time to retire it. Like, I don't want this game to be over, but it's time. Oh my god, the frog! The frog. It will be back. Zelda will be back. I probably will take a little bit off. What else you got on your Switch? I've got some random stuff. Nothing really great, honestly. What's on the N64 here? I saved, right? Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure I saved, but let me just double check. Did it work? Oh, the megas don't work? That's a bummer. Alright. Do you want to check out this one real quick? Oh, see, like, but what if I end up, like, no, I'll save that. I'll save that for, for an actual stream. Just start the software. Let's see. I'm just curious what's on here. I probably should update. There's something new to play. Oh, is there? Pokemon Stadium. And 007. Okay. Wait, so can you play this online? So, like, can you... Because I know the 007 one lets you play online. Hold on, play online. Alright, restart the software. I don't know, I'm looking. Oh, look, more Zelda. I know, but we've already done both of those. We've done Breath of the Wild, and we've done Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. You know what I do have that I've never finished? Link's Awakening I have as well. Next James Bond from the 80s? Yeah. It's not from the 80s, it's from the 2000s. Late 90s, early 2000s. So, even though I've already done them? No, because honestly, we would probably only go for another 20 minutes. Really? I should just end and I should go to bed and I should be responsible because I'm playing with Broseph tomorrow, but I don't want Zelda to be over. A Link to the Past. Oh, on the other Nintendo thing? I'm still curious though. Take care of yourself? Yeah, I should. I should just call it, guys. We should be responsible and we should call it. Unable to find any friends currently playing. Wait while you wait. Thing. Do a rest? Yeah. Yeah, we'll call it. I'm just trying to like, I'm just procrastinating ending because ending means Zelda's over. Ending means Zelda's over. Alright, guys. I am gonna open Zelda back up because I'm going to collect a couple more Koraks before I fall asleep because I won't fall right asleep. But thank you guys so much. Zelda was such an experience. And I have had such a blast. I laughed, I cried. I cannot believe. I want to look at my Twitch tracker. Let's look. It's not going to include tonight. But I'm really curious. I'm really curious if it'll tell me how many hours I streamed this game. You're gonna make me cry. Honestly, I don't want this game to be over. Like, I know it's just a game. I know it's just a game, but like, honestly, this game has really... I streamed, not including today, which is another 5 hours. I streamed this for 162 hours. So, plus the 5 hours today, so 167 hours. That you're saying yesterday you wanted to get a week more from Zelda? I did. Well, no, I was saying that I wanted to, like, get the rest of the week, I think. It's never over as long as you keep it in your heart. 170 hours there, guys. That's crazy. That's just crazy. All right, let's find someone to raid. Thank you so much for sharing this this wonderful experience with me. Zelda has been absolutely amazing, and I'm so happy. But tomorrow will be 7 Days to Die with Barosif the Mighty. Saturday will be off. I will be hanging out, probably playing some Diablo. Maybe I'll hang out in the Discord and all that good stuff. And then Sunday, we are restarting. We are gonna restart Subnautica. So I hope you all have a good night. Go give our love to Barosif. You know the deal. Give our love to Barosif, all that good stuff. And I will see you guys tomorrow for some zombies. And it'll be lots of fun. So it is the end of an era. Let us all say goodbye to... Oh, thank you, Aya. Let us all say goodbye to Tears of the Kingdom, because it has been a blast. It has been lots of fun. And I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy with it. Farewell! Farewell, Tears of the Kingdom. Everyone say goodbye. Let's go hang out with Broseph. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night, kisses. Rain, good night. Bye, guys. Kisses.